want that neck pony with my collard greens. Not flattering, flashing lens to hold the beans. You see my tree in my lap, great, no clean to play. So you me lacking my manners only the first day. Take a time to contemplate, percolate your mind state. Got green tea, mint for the entree. Smirk on your face, trust me, it's not lace. With that Cosby Molly, won't touch you, mint condition, dolly. Now look who's come for dinner. He's a chicken, finger licking. Look who's come for dinner. Look who's coming for dinner. Turkey ham, that's my jam. Dinner, potatoes hitting the spot. No spam, please. What you always say, but it's the only thing I can afford. The good part is eating meat with a plastic spork. I'll give you grade A steak and cut off the pork. We used to chill right next to the porch. I put it down on the grill. It was so fire, I think I broke the windowsill. Grabbing a banana, had to split my pill. I said dessert is after dinner, thought you came for the meal. Now look who's come for dinner. He's a chicken, finger licking. Look who's come for dinner. Look who's coming for dinner. Turkey ham, that's my jam. Dinner, potatoes in the spot.
I apologize for making you guys sit through Sick Ill, but that just happened to pop up in the playlist, so look who's come for dinner indeed.
Chicken and, turkey and ham, I think the lyrics were.
How's everyone doing tonight, my darling batlings? What happened to my mic?
Yes, it's saying you're robotic on the stream.
Is this any better?
It's still robotic on the stream. Like you're clear on the call, just not on the stream, which is weird.
Okay, how about this? I disabled voice mod for the voice I was using.
Yeah.
Because voice mod seems to give me more problems than not. Okay, sorry you guys had to deal with that, but like I always say, it wouldn't be an Arikado stream without immediate technical difficulties. At the very least, I've made sure that I'm not accidentally trying to stream at 4K 60 FPS this time.
Why not try to stream at 16K?
Because 16K doesn't even exist yet.
It doesn't exist for you, but it exists for me.
I'll have to ask the good doctor to see if we can get a hold of the tech for that early.
Oh, I'll definitely send some your way.
One day it will? Yes, it will. Like, we're technically already in the era of, like, people starting to support 8K, but, like, there's no fucking TVs for that yet, so it's kind of pointless. I've got a slightly unconventional setup for tonight's stream, because, don't we have 8K now? Yeah, we have 8K now, but there's, like, borderline no TVs or monitors outside of, like, stupidly high price ranges, like, upwards of thousands of dollars, that can even display 8K, so we're, like, way ahead of the game on that. Like, we're barely getting into 4K becoming affordable.
Maybe me and a good doctor could work together and make some 32K TVs.
Not gonna lie, can't really tell the difference. I used to have a 4K TV before it fucking exploded in a thunderstorm. but it was a very noticeable increase in quality. Also, I want to tweak one setting real quick, so I'm a little bit louder. There we go.
Yeah, if you're having trouble telling the difference, try playing games that have different frame rates. Also, check the frame rate for in your system settings on the TV. That can also be a big difference there.
It also entirely depends on whether the content you're displaying runs natively in 4K or not.
Yeah, it is very
there's a very big difference between something that's being upscaled to 4K and something that's actually running in 4K.
Yeah, especially the frames. Like, oh my lord, I love 60 frames on this TV.
Like, genuinely one of the best things to come out of 4K is that basically 4K is such a high resolution that you don't even really need anti-aliasing for it. Thanks for throwing something at me, Cobalt. That was a good way to test whether Tits was working tonight or not.
Yeah, Tits.
Yes, that's genuinely what the program is called.
Tits in your face.
Yes. Or, to phrase it another way... Let's see. God, I have to scroll through my, fucking... Here we go. There we go.
Also, the meme I shared on your server. I am black tea, I'm green tea. You reading this are a cutie. And also have nice titties.
You can throw stuff? Yeah, I've got a couple options for throwing stuff. It throws something at me when people subscribe. There's point redeems for throwing stuff. Yeah, and there's bit redeems for throwing even more stuff.
Yeah, and there's also this one.
Yeah.
I had to. 1,000 points just to show it off, but hey, I don't mind. Yeah, even the bike.
Too. Yeah. Alright, enough ramble. Basically, what I was trying to say is the unconventional setup I've got is basically the TV I'm currently using doesn't actually support the resolution that I'm upscaling my PS2 to. So, I'm having to play by looking at OBS on my 55-inch TV as my way of actually seeing the damn game. So this is going to be a little bit weird. I'm also probably going to, I'm gonna hide the sub-goal for now, because that's covering a pretty significant portion of the game screen. I mean, this is a 1080p TV, it's old as fuck. I'm just lucky that we hadn't gotten rid of it yet, otherwise I just wouldn't have a TV. Which is also my main monitor.
Oh yeah, Proto Rage. I need to send you a question later on.
Mega Man Burger, you're not the only one who usually throws stuff at me when someone makes a bad joke. When I make a bad joke, that's pretty much a recurring thing on these streams. No Devil May Cry 3 Special Edition system data. Yep, I know. That was ominous just to say that it supports Dolby Digital output.
Scary.
Also, the reason that I'm playing this on PS2 instead of on the much more readily available HD collection is because I actually prefer how it looks on PS2, because
When I was young, my father
The Devil May Cry HD collection, while, like,
ago,
obviously
in
it's
ancient times,
the most accessible
demon
way to play it,
rebelled
and the
against
Switch
his own
version
kind
does
for
add
the
some
sake
really
of the
good
human
quality of life
race.
changes.
With his sword, he shut the portal to the
Graphically,
demonic realm
all
and
three
sealed the evil
games have
entities
some
off from our
problems.
human world. But since he was a demon himself,
It's most
his
noticeable
power
in
was
Devil May
also
Cry
trapped on
1,
the other
where,
side.
like, certain effects that would overlay the screen are just missing or done incorrectly on the
But I
HD
discovered
remaster.
that this so-called
But, Devil May
was
Cry
a
3 has a really bad instance of, like, you can tell which
Sparta
cutscenes
existed.
are running in engine and which
How do
ones
I
are
know?
pre-rendered in the HD collection, because
I met
they
the
didn't
Sons.
anti-alias the pre-rendered
Both of them.
cutscenes, so you go from everything looking nice and smooth to everything
Though the
looking
same
jagged
blood
as
of their
fuck.
father flowed through their veins. The two battled each other fiercely like arch enemies.
Also, I apologize for the bots kind of spamming stuff, because I'm still tinkering around with the bot making announcements for new viewers. I need to increase how much time it takes.
Yeah, if need be, let me know and I can help out with the timing.
Yeah. I've never really manually set up timers before. Thankfully, at the very least, it looks like the Stream Elements bot doesn't show up in the Twitch chat on the Stream Elements end. So it won't be like when this is uploaded to YouTube, or if you're watching the VOD on Twitch, it's not going to be flooded with, like, the same bot spamming stuff over and over again. I forgot Virgil with his hair down is like Blue Dante. Yeah. It's a good way to show that they're identical twins.
Making some things, ooh.
Tutorial on or off. I've played and beaten this game enough times that I don't need tutorials. We're playing this with Gold Orb, because Yellow Orb is just fucking masochism.
Devil May Cry.
Okay, for a second I was like, did the game fucking crash? But no, it's just PS2 games having long load times.
Legend of Sparta? When I was young, my father would tell me stories about it. Long ago, in ancient times, a demon rebelled against his own kind for the sake of the human race.
Sparta.
With his sword, he shut
Not
the
Sparta,
portal to the demonic
Sparta,
realm and sealed
with a
the
D.
evil entities off from our human world. But since he was a demon himself,
Sparta!
his power was also trapped on the other side. I never
Looks
believed
like
it.
my
I thought it was just a child's
settings,
fairy tale.
my default settings were a little bit
But I
off,
discovered
so
that
let me
this
fix that.
so-called legend wasn't a myth
This is
at all.
madness.
I'm literally playing DMC5 right now. Yeah, I've been, this is a stream series that I was doing pretty consistently for a while that I just, like, took a hiatus from so I don't get burnt out, where I was playing through all of the Devil May Cry games in release order.
Though the same blood of their father flowed through their veins, the two battled each other fiercely like arch enemies.
Devil May Cry 5 is fucking goated. I just wish that,
It seemed as if they
they
derived
would
some
port
sort of
the,
twisted pleasure
special
from
edition
this
to Steam.
brotherly fighting.
So, or at least update it like they did with the modern Resident Evil games, where they at least add the ray tracing feature to the Steam version. Because apparently the ray tracing is really unimpressive on the yeah, Special Edition isn't on Steam. It also took them fucking years to add the Special Edition of Devil May Cry 4 to Steam, and they still haven't added the Definitive Edition of DMC Devil May Cry to Steam. Which at the very least means that's the easiest accessible way to play the version of DMC Devil May Cry where Virgil wears a fedora in like 3 cutscenes.
That is painful.
But yeah, from what I've heard, the ray tracing on Devil May Cry 5 Special Edition at the moment, assuming it eventually gets ported to Steam, is pretty unimpressive because it halves the frame rate.
I haven't even got a name for this joint.
And that's generally how ray tracing on PS5 and Xbox Series X tends to go, because even though the consoles technically support ray tracing, they're not really optimized for it.
Bro, that pizza looks really good, though.
If you want to use the
that's a damn good PS2
the toilet's
pizza.
in the back.
Is your name Dante, son of Sparta?
Like, the best Devil May Cry pizza is the one in Devil May Cry 4, in my opinion, because it's got, like, really melty, gooey cheese.
Ooh.
Action games are so much better with 60 FPS. That's why, until the Definitive Edition came out, the best way to play DMC Devil May Cry was actually the PC version, because the console version only ran at 30 FPS, because Unreal Engine 3, which is what it ran on, was not very well optimized for consoles, but it ran really well on PCs.
Invitation, huh?
Same energy as Eggman's sandwich in Unleashed. Dude, Unleashed has food that should not look that good.
Hold on, I need to look that up then. Hold on. Unleash Eggman sandwich. That sounds delicious. And yes, my fat
Like,
ass.
that sandwich only appears in one cutscene, and it's not even the focus of the cutscene, but it's distracting because it looks so good.
It looks so realistic. Like, bruh, that's a Blimpy sub.
Yeah.
That's either from Blimpy's or Quiznos.
Like, he's just casually eating that sandwich in the middle of discussing how he's going to harness the scattered remnants of Dark Gaia to power everything he needs to build Eggman Land.
Hold on, Mega Man Burger. If he ate it in 10 seconds, it has to be that good.
Yeah, he eats it really fucking quick. Mega Man Burger, I know you're probably enjoying watching this stream because you were in the Devil May Cry 3 improv fan dub.
Oh, you wanna know what game has the best looking food?
Besides Sonic Unleashed, because Sonic Unleashed has some damn good looking food in it.
Final Fantasy 15.
I mean, yeah, but keep in mind, Sonic Unleashed has damn good looking food when it was a PS3 and Xbox 360 game.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying like when the food for Final Fantasy 15, and this is the interesting part. They actually had the international dishes. They traveled around because remember they have a place based on Venice.
Yeah, they did the same thing with Sonic Unleashed because all of its locales are based on real world locations.
Yeah, I
and
love
all the
when they
food
do
that
that.
you can find in those different hub worlds are appropriate for the place you're finding them in. Like, you can only buy hamburgers in Empire City, which is based on New York City. You can only buy I'm trying to think of another example. You can only buy more like
gelato
based stuff in the place that's based on Africa.
Yeah, 15 was food prawn.
Yes, definitely.
Like, there's some of the dishes I think I could replicate.
Yeah, the canned horror in Halaska, which is actually not based on a Alaskan dish. It's based on surströmming, which is a real-world dish. It's a delicacy from, I believe, I want to say either Sweden or Norway, which is like fermented herring that has a notoriously terrible smell that if the juice from it gets on your clothes, it will permanently have that smell on your clothing. So the way you're supposed to open it is that like you're supposed to open it in a big bucket of water just so the juice doesn't splash everywhere.
Yeah, it is Swedish.
Like, surströmming is notoriously smelly, to the point where like it's become like a challenge on places like YouTube for people that are not used to surstroming to open it for the first time the improper way and then see how long they can go without vomiting.
You're making me hungry.
Stop making me hungry. That sounds... I mean, the thing is, surstroming is supposed to actually taste good. It's just the smell that's bad.
Similar to the 1,000-year egg and the cheese, it's like
well,
that.
the century egg, that's a completely different thing, where it's like... you have to make sure you eat it within a certain time frame of buying it. For it to taste good. Like, the one that Ashens tried that made him sick, he later found out was expired. So it was rotten even by century egg standards.
Yeah, there's a cheese version of this as well. I don't want to go into detail. I'm just going to say it is served rotten.
How do I feel about DMC4 and DMC Devil May Cry? DMC4, I feel like that is like where they nailed Dante's combat style. The problem is he's so overpowered because they had to rush his section of the game due to just not having enough development time for it. So, like, he feels better to control than he did in Devil May Cry 3, but the problem is he's so ridiculously overpowered that nothing stands a chance against him. And DMC Devil May Cry, now that Devil May Cry 5 has come out, and it's clear that DMC is not going to be the direction that the franchise is going in the future, I'm a lot less harsh on it than I was when it came out. I'm able to appreciate it for what it's trying to be on its own, rather than comparing it unfavorably to what came before it. It's still definitely not the best Devil May Cry game in the series. It's not even a good Devil May Cry game. My opinion of it now is it's a decent enough character action game. It's held back by being attached to Devil May Cry, because that carries huge expectations with it. That, and it wasn't helped by the director, like, constantly putting his fucking foot in his mouth by, shit-talking Devil May Cry at every point he got.
Not in 1,000 years. That's the main one I know.
But the interesting thing is that all the radical story decisions and character redesigns weren't even Ninja Theory's idea in the first place. They originally wanted to go with a more faithful Devil May Cry aesthetic, but Capcom was like, nah, we want you to make it appeal to Westerners.
And the West hated it.
And it bombed in Japan, too.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a weird case where the only reason DMC Devil May Cry exists is because Capcom has a long history of having stupidly high sales expectations, where even if a game is the best-selling in its series, they will still consider it a disappointment if it doesn't meet the expectations that they had. Like, Devil May Cry 4, at the time, was the best-selling Devil May Cry game, but they expected it to sell, like, double what it sold because it was available on 2 consoles instead of 1.
So, do they expect fans to buy 2?
Basically. Like, it's... Like, to get an idea of how ridiculous their expectations are, Resident Evil 7 was considered a sales disappointment, even though it was a massive step up from Resident Evil 6's sales.
7 was highly praised, and
7 was highly praised, and it sold like fucking hotcakes, but they expected it to sell... Like, basically, it sold, like, I think 4 million copies within its launch period, but they expected it to sell 6 million within its launch period.
They need to lower their expectations, because if I sold 4 million, like, the thing is, aim low, Like, aim low, like 2 to 3 million, right? Expect to sell that many for like some of your popular franchises.
Like, genuinely, the only game I can think of since Capcom started caring about sales projections that didn't underperform by their ridiculous expectations was Mega Man 11, where that actually outperformed their expectations. Because they finally realized, hey, we shouldn't expect a more niche series that we never market, like Mega Man, to sell fucking AAA numbers when we don't even give it a AAA budget.
Oh man, I'm still hoping for a new X game.
I feel like a new X game is inevitable. It's more a matter of when rather than if.
Yeah. A new Mega Man X game, that'd be nice.
What I want is
a Legend.
Other than Legends 3, because literally, Capcom, it's a 3-part story. You only have to make one more entry and then you never have to talk about it again. Like either an updated re-release of Legends 1, 2, and Misadventures of Tron Bonne with more modern style controls, like what they did with the Resident Evil HD remasters, or like a Crash Bandicoot Insane Trilogy style remake collection.
I would totally buy that. And Proto, yeah, that will be similar to Maverick Hunter.
Yeah, Mega Man Maverick Hunter X, not to be confused with Maverick Hunter, which was the canceled Mega Man X first-person shooter reboot by Armature Studio.
Oh, yeah, that one. Oh, that was
had
crazy.
A new, radically different, non-human-looking Mega Man X design done by the guy who designed the first Iron Man movie suits.
Oh, Gunvolt 2. I got near the end of Gunvolt 1 on the 3DS.
Dude, I still haven't finished Gunvolt 1. By the way, if you're looking to play Gunvolt 1, avoid the Steam version, because that one has some very bad bugs that were never patched out. So, literally, the best way to play Gunvolt right now is on the Switch.
Yeah, and again, thank you for telling me, because like I told him earlier, I was actually thinking about getting it on Steam.
And then the 3DS version is also a good way to play it, but it has an inferior translation because the translation wasn't done in-house. It was outsourced to a really incompetent company who made a whole bunch of changes to like try and make it more hip with the youth. And that came at the cost of making the dialogue sound extremely cheesy.
Yeah, I'm still a big fan of Lazy Laser.
Like, probably the best example I can point to, just besides coming up with their own slang terms for swear words, was, like, there's a character called Zonda, who in Gunvolt 1 is supposed to be androgynous, but they instead decided to localize,
You've got some fun,
Zonda as being by gender, going by Zer pronouns.
Trigger Pack version of Gunvolt 1 on 3DS has an updated translation as well as the original release translation.
The Steam version has that too, but the Steam version is just shit, so it's not worth it. And it's also very hard to get a refund on the Steam version because one of the bugs they never fixed is that more often than not, when you stop the game, Steam will think that's still running, and the only way to stop Steam from thinking that's still running is to go into Task Manager and stop Steam itself from running. Fuckboy Virgil. Remember, Virgil is the only Yeah, don't I mean the Steam version is JIT? Yeah, that's... yeah. Remember, Virgil is canonically the only Devil May Cry character in the main continuity who's fucked. Even though his version of fucking was to just look at a woman and she immediately got pregnant. That's how powerful of a fuckboy he is.
Shit. Loading.
Yeah, load times are gonna be a little long because PS2, but
Arkham. Well, doesn't it excite you?
I prefer the more consistent cutscenes in the PS2 version rather than like not only are the pre-rendered cutscenes not anti-aliased in the HD remaster, anything that was originally 4:3 aspect ratio that was pre-rendered is left in 4:3, so like menus are in 4:3, and like the view cutscenes that they could, the pre-rendered cutscenes that they could do into 16:9 don't quite fill the screen, so it's very stupid looking.
He's taking good care of it.
Kind of know how I feel about Ratchet and Clank. I prefer the look on the PS2, but for going commando, I have to do PS3 due to a game-breaking bug.
How fucking ballsy of it was fucking words. How ballsy was Insomniac to, instead of calling the second Ratchet and Clank game Ratchet and Clank 2, they basically just called it Ratchet and Clank Balls Out.
Yep.
And then they called the third one Ratchet and Clank Up Your Ass.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything creative with the Ditlock, sadly.
Yeah. Because that one was trying... Like, genuinely, that one was trying to be, like, a more Halo-type game.
I found it.
Yeah, it's fun, though. It is genuinely fun, though, I will say that.
And then, like, after a couple more innuendo titles on the PS3, Sony was like, okay, knock it off.
Yeah, I kind of wish they could have went with clock blockers.
Clock blockers for,
Cracking time.
Cracking time, yeah.
Yeah,
and then,
perfect.
I'm so used to seeing Midlife Crisis Dante that seeing young Dante is weird, yeah. At least it's not as jarring as seeing Devil May Cry 1. We still haven't quite figured out how the character should be written, Dante. Yeah, at least we got Quest for Booty.
Yeah, that was good. Like, the title is good, and honestly, I got mine free with Enter the Nexus.
Speaking of Enter the Nexus, that one was originally supposed to be called Into the Nether Regions.
Into the Nether Region. In unison, bro. I kind of wish they went with Into the Nether, because they still could have had it be the innuendo, you know?
Yeah, but with the benefit of hindsight, that would just confuse people about whether they're talking about Ratchet and Clank or Minecraft.
True.
Does the Gunvolt Steam version not have any sort of community patch for those bugs? Nope, because, to my knowledge, people haven't figured out how to mod Gunvolt on Steam.
Oh, I can't wait for the mods to come out, dude. You know someone's gonna mod Gunvolt to be Static Shock, right? You're gonna have Static Shock, Black Lightning. Who else is an electric superhero?
Cole from Infamous.
Oh my god. Why does Cole as Gunvolt seem more fitting than Black Lightning or Static?
Because Cole's already kind of a morally ambiguous character.
Yeah. It just seems so much more fitting. You know someone's gonna put CJ.
Yeah, because CJ is one of the go-to mods for anything that has mod support. CJ and Thomas the Tank Engine.
Yeah, I think there's a mod that have Thomas the Tank Engine CJ and Hat in Time. Because
am I at Devil May Cry? I'm pretty casual at Devil May Cry. I've never actually tried getting good. But I've beaten every Devil May Cry game at least once on normal difficulty. Like, you'll come to find that in my streams I don't like go for skill runs or anything like that. I just play pretty casually. Have I seen the CJ modded Stray? No, but I bet that's glorious.
I have.
I've seen that someone modded Spyro into Stray.
Yo, I saw the mod for CJ. It is hilarious. Also, Miles, have a good night. And yeah, I am waiting for that pre-order also. Yeah, I need to see now if they well, not now, but later on, if they have a mod for CJ in A Hat in Time. Because I did the Sonic one, and I moved so fast, it crashed Steam on the Steam Deck.
To answer your questions about Jet Set Radio on Steam, that one, it's literally just it's a complete crapshoot whether it'll work perfectly on your computer or not thing. Like, people can have identical builds, and both of them have different problems.
If I can make a small suggestion, I don't have the name right now, but there's a love letter that someone did for Jet Set Radio. I would recommend playing
Bomb Rush Cyberpunk.
Thank you. I recommend that.
Is it even out yet?
I think there was something like it. There's a few games that were like it.
Bomb Rush Cyberpunk is the big one that everyone's looking forward to, because it's even got the composer for Jet Set Radio working on soundtrack.
Oh, hold on, no.
Speaking of Sonic, have you heard of Fuck the Pain Away? Yes, I have.
Okay,
yeah,
no,
I saw that they did a sample of the main theme.
Yeah, it's not this one.
Me not having played Devil May Cry 3 in a little bit, trying to remember where all the hidden stuff is. Except for the secret missions, because I'm fucking dog shit at those. I'm good at the ones in Devil May Cry 5, but Devil May Cry 3's secret missions just kick my ass every time. They're so strict in Devil May Cry 3. And that's also without factoring in that if you're not playing the special edition of Devil May Cry 3, you're playing one that was made artificially harder for the Western markets. That's why they, that's partly why the original version of Devil May Cry 3 is never the one that gets re-released. It's always the special edition. Like, it's not just the extra content. Devil May Cry 3 got... Like, it got good reviews when it came out, but people complained about how hard it was. Like, it was bullshit hard. And it turned out that was because Capcom decided to jack up the difficulty levels by 1 for the Western versions. Like, the normal difficulty on vanilla Devil May Cry 3 in the West is the Japanese hard difficulty. it's still funny that Devil May Cry only got made because of a Resident Evil prototype. Yeah, one of the best Capcom franchises wouldn't exist if it weren't for the fact that Resident Evil 4 had really fucked up production. Because, like, this is a story that pretty much everyone knows, but, in case you somehow weren't aware, Devil May Cry 1 started off as a build of Resident Evil 4 that was rejected for being too not Resident Evil-like. So instead of scrapping it entirely, they retooled it into its own franchise.
Goodness gracious.
That's also where Dante's civilian name Tony Redgrave comes from, because that was going to be the name of the original Resident Evil 4 build's protagonist before they decided Leon should be the protagonist.
Okay, Leon's way better.
And yeah, Leon is a better protagonist for Resident Evil 4. There's a lot of builds that Resident Evil 4 went through, most of which have not been publicly shown. Was it the prototype with the haunted house? No, the haunted house prototype, had Leon as the protagonist. This was a, prototype that was never publicly shown, because it didn't get very far into development before he was retooled into Devil May Cry. But, like, it involved a man named Tony Redgrave who got superpowers from being infected with that game's virus.
Okay, I found the game that was similar to Jet Set Radio. It's called Hover. Hover.
Okay. That's going to confuse me, because I remember playing a Windows 95 bundled-in game called Hover that was like a, you controlled like a hovercraft, and it was basically capture the flag, but it was in first person, and it was pretty cool.
Ooh, that sounds pretty...
You couldn't, like, fight your opponents, but it was still pretty cool. I played it all the time on my grandpa's computer.
Lord Megatron!
Yeah, Lord Megatron has arrived. My voice is a little shot, so I can't exactly do, like, the gravelly voice redeems.
Oh, you know what's hilarious? At work, one of the girls I work with forgot I could change my voice. And they forgot I could do the Wicked Witch of the West. So I got curious, so I asked the girl and the guy if they were to do a play, what play on role they want. They both couldn't answer that, right?
Yeah.
You want to know what the three I picked up immediately? Wicked Witch of the West, Ebenezer Scrooge, and Othello.
Okay.
Those are the three I would love to do. Because Scrooge is like a fun character to get hammy with, you know?
Yeah.
Same thing with Wicked Witch of the West, but Othello, you have to be downright serious, and I think I could do it.
As far as characters from classic theatrical productions, discounting, like, more niche stuff, like my favorite play of all time, Evil Dead the Musical, I can't think of 3 characters, but I know my top would be, like, literally anybody from the Threepenny Opera, because that's such a good play with such a fascinating cast of characters.
I remember you talked a lot about Threepenny Opera.
It's my favorite, like, more standard, play that you can see, in, like, pretty much any kind of theater. It's pretty much designed to be the anti-play. It was, like, it was created by Bertolt Brecht, to be like a satire of the musical theater standard, where like all of the music is very discordant sounding. The songs usually have fuck all to do with what's currently going on. The cast of characters are all absolutely terrible people. It ends with literally announcing to the audience that they've written themselves into a corner, so they're going to have to do a Deus Ex Machina to get out of it.
That sounds pretty good, actually.
And yes, Evil Dead did have a musical. It was not made with the involvement of Sam Raimi, but it was officially endorsed by him. It's basically like a musical adaptation of Evil Dead 1 and 2 with a couple elements from Army of Darkness thrown in. And it's got like some of the most fun musical numbers that you'll ever hear in a stage musical. Like, you can take, I can take or leave most musical theater productions for their soundtracks, and I absolutely despise Grease as someone who's in a production of Grease in high school. But Evil Dead the Musical, I'm like, hell yeah, I can fucking bop to Cabin in the Woods, or What the Fuck Was That, or Kandarian Demons. And if you ever get to go to a production of Evil Dead the Musical, it's tradition to always wear like a plain white t-shirt and sit near the front row when you go there, because the play ends with a big slaughter scene where they have a mechanism set up to spray fake blood onto the audience. So people will wear white t-shirts and sit in the front rows so they can get sprayed with fake blood and keep the shirt as a souvenir. Except, of course, with me having the shittest luck imaginable, they forgot to add the food coloring to the fake blood during the night I saw it, so I just got wet.
Ooh-ha.
And not in the good way. But it was still a really cool show to see, because there's nothing else like it. Like, it's very tongue-in-cheek. It knows the concept of a musical based on a very gory horror movie series is an inherently stupid idea, and that's why it's so good. Like, it's not trying to be serious like the opera adaptation of David Cronenberg's The Fly is. And yes, that is a real thing that exists.
I'm actually trying to think of something in the niche category.
I never got the hype behind High School Musical, partly because I've never been a particularly big Disney fan, and partly because High School Musical is just like so fucking twee and happy-go-lucky that it makes me sick.
Yeah, the only
it's not at all what high school is actually like.
The only cool character is Corbin Blue.
Yeah.
Because he had the big curly afro and he was just... I don't know, like, to me, he was the best actor in there.
Corbin Blue, like, the music is so good, I can't stand High School Musical's soundtrack, because it's like everything is like high-energy pop music the whole time. There's no variety. Like, it sounds exactly like something that you would hear on Radio Disney, which is why I hate it.
I used to listen to Radio Disney. 1560. I still remember the old station number.
I never listened to Radio Disney all that much because we didn't get it in my area. that I grew up in, but
Wait, why? Wait, did you know why did I listen to Radio Disney? It's how I discovered actually some good bands like
shit! I still forgot to set up the text input for that Snake redeem. So just type in the chat what you want me to say as Snake, and I'll do my best considering my throat's a little fucked.
Like I found Smashing Pumpkins, Smash Mouth.
They played Smashing Pumpkins on Radio Disney? What the fuck?
Yes, they did!
Why? Their music was all about depression!
I don't know!
Let me guess, they played Today, unironically, even though that song is about suicidal ideation.
Oh, let me double check that song. I would think they even played a little like Blink-182, like all the small things. Yeah.
Oh, Blink-182. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they played some of that.
The only Blink-182 song that they could get away with playing on Radio Disney.
Yeah.
All right, let me take a sip of water first before I attempt this. It's going to sound terrible because I kind of blew my throat out earlier, practicing my Starscream voice for Transformers Armada Bridge, now that that's going back into production. And now I'm out of water.
Oh, those will play some tub thumping as well.
Okay, here we go. High School Musical is goated with the sauce. That's about as good as I can get tonight. Sorry, that's a little underwhelming. I can usually do a much better Snake voice, but I made a very terrible mistake today.
I'm trying to think of what other bands they played.
It's like my favorite Billy and Mandy quote, "Horrible mistake number one!" This is usually the boss that gives me the most trouble, funnily enough. Mostly because, unless you're, like, really practiced at this game, you're probably not going to have a lot of health and, orbs to buy good moves yet. But this is one of those bosses that I still like, because it's a test of, what you've learned in the opening stages. It's like, if you can beat this boss when you're so weak at this point in the game, you can beat everything else the game throws at you. I didn't watch very many DComs, but, because I didn't watch Disney Channel all that much. Like, all I watched on, Disney Channel was, The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody, Lilo and Stitch the series, Kim Possible, and, American Dragon Jake Long.
I watched all of those, but I have a history with Disney. Because Tailspin, a whole crap load of movies, Darkwing Duck.
Yeah, I didn't watch any of the Disney Afternoon era shows, because, I was more of a Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network kid.
Believe it or not, these showed up in the morning when I was a kid. Later on, when I got older, they become, afternoon. But yeah, Cartoon Network and Nickelodeon, I was all about cartoons. SWAT Cats, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Thundercats, He-Man.
And that's without factoring in how, my usual, afternoon, lineup wasn't on either of those channels. It was Fox Kids. Because they had Power Rangers, they had Digimon, and they had Monster Rancher. The holy trinity of Saban products.
They also had Big Bad Beetleborgs when I was a kid.
And when I say Power Rangers, I'm not talking like, oh my god, Mighty Morphin, the only series to ever exist, because I'm a fucking normie. No, my introduction to Power Rangers was Power Rangers in Space, because I was always obsessed with like sci-fi and space travel as a kid. I was a huge Star Wars fan. So I was like, holy shit, it's a superhero show where they go to space? That's so cool!
I think you want to fight me because I'm a Mighty Morphin stan, and I know why it's so popular.
It's fine to be a Mighty Morphin stan. The problem comes in when there's people that act like Mighty Morphin is literally the only thing that came out.
Nah, that is a problem. Like I did enjoy Dino Thunder, Ninja Storm.
I still haven't watched any of the Hasbro era stuff yet, apart from Linkara's History of Power Rangers recap of Beast Morphers. But I've heard nothing but good things about the Hasbro era so far.
Yeah, I think you would genuinely like it. Like, if you ever want to sit down and watch them, let me know. I will get some popcorn ready, and I will... Jungle Fury, thank you!
Jungle Fury. Not to be confused with Ninja Fury, which is the current series airing.
Yeah, like, dude...
No, not Ninja Fury. Dino Fury is what's currently airing.
Yeah.
There's so many Dino and Ninja series that they're all kind of interchangeable to me. Like, I know they have wildly different stories and settings and characters and villains, but, like, I always get, like, the title of Ninja Storm confused with Ninja Steel, and Dino Charge confused with Dino Thunder, and, Dino Fury.
Well, I haven't seen Samurai, but I remember it being a plot where it's like you had to be born a samurai, and they're all like kids from Beverly Hills. It's just like, none of your Japanese, and you can't be samurais.
Samurai, I haven't seen, but I know, like, from how it was produced, that, like, they were really trying to play it safe and, like, show, hey, Power Rangers is back with Saban, and, we're not gonna try and be too experimental like the Disney era was, but at the same time, they picked the fucking worst Sentai to try and localize because it's so heavily rooted in Japanese culture. So, and like, my understanding of the Neo Saban era was that, like, the production staff on it were, like, very, they didn't really give a shit about making a good show. They just wanted to do it as, like, cheaply and efficiently as possible, to the point where it was, like, there were entire strings of episodes that were basically unchanged from their Sentai counterparts in terms of script and storytelling. And, rather than trying to, adapt things to better fit, Western sensibilities and appeal more to a Western market, they would just, like, burn through as much Sentai footage as possible so they could get the show done faster. Like, to give the uninitiated an example of that, there's, I think it's in either Samurai or, no, it's not in Samurai, it's in Megaforce, which has taken the crown of worst Power Rangers series from Operation Overdrive, which previously took the crown from Turbo.
Oh god, I remember Turbo. I saw the movie for Turbo. I was in the theater for Turbo.
I was obsessed with the Turbo movie as a kid, but I never knew there was an actual series to go along with it, because it just, like, never got re-aired on Fox Kids.
The movie was so much better than the series, I will say that.
I mean, it helps that the movie was 100% original footage, while the series was adapted from a Sentai that was a comedy series making fun of itself. But they had to try and play it more seriously, which leads to massive tonal inconsistencies.
Yeah, I will say one thing that
Samurai and Megaforce have some damn good suits. It's just the writing that's shit.
I'm gonna say this: my favorite suit would be from the original Ninja series from Mighty Morphin, because I did Tommy 2 years in a row.
I mean, the ninja suits from Season 3 of Power Rangers are something that was completely original for Power Rangers, because that was back when, even though the show was still made on a shoestring budget, they were more open to shooting entire swaths of original American footage rather than trying to stick to the Sentai as much as possible.
Yo, you know what would be amazing to have in New York? A Power Rangers museum.
I mean, New York wouldn't be the place to do that, because Power Rangers canonically takes place in,
Angel Grove.
well, only certain
California.
seasons take place in Angel Grove, but mostly in California. Funny thing is, though, ever since Wild Force, the show's been shot in New Zealand, but it's not allowed to air in New Zealand because their nanny state government says that's too violent.
It's literally about fighting evil. So, hold on. Their state government is pro-evil by that logic.
Also, the production history behind each Power Ranger series usually has some really fascinating stuff behind it. Ranging from, like, how much it sucks to actually be a Power Ranger to, like, entire planned storylines that were cut due to, lack of time and lack of budget.
But yeah,
Like,
seriously.
have you ever wondered why, 3 of the original Season 1 Rangers left in the beginning of Season 2?
I remember you told me, but I completely forgot.
It was because Power Rangers was at the time and still remains a non-union production, so they were paid extremely little, especially considering that that Saban was raking in the cash off of merchandising, and those actors were not getting any royalties from merchandise based on their likenesses. Like, Austin St. John said that the reason he quit the show, personally, was because, like, he was being paid so little that he literally could have made more money working a daytime shift at McDonald's. And you factor in that they were, for the most part, doing their own stunts on top of that.
Yeah, so injury and all that type of stuff was a big problem. They're going to reboot the...
Yeah, they're going to reboot the film franchise for Power Rangers, but there's no concrete details on what direction that's going to go in.
Yeah,
Because that's still a ways off, as far as we know.
Yeah, I kind of feel it's unneeded, because they just had Power Rangers, and they're going to reboot it again.
That's because the previous Power Rangers movie that came out in 2017 underperformed critically and financially by a lot. It's more so on the financial side that they're worried about, because even though, in my opinion, it was a better movie than it had any right to be, it had very misaimed marketing and didn't seem to know what kind of target audience it was aiming for. Because, like, it's got a lot of mature humor in it that's not appropriate for kids. And yet they still, like, the first trailer made it look like a very, like, edgy movie, which it really wasn't. And then, like, the later marketing made it look like your average kid's superhero movie, when it's got a lot of adult humor and adult subject matter in it that's not really kid appropriate.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about some of the stuff.
Like, the opening scene of the movie is what's his name? The original Red Ranger, Jason. Stealing Stone Canyon's high school mascot, and, like, the dude they stealing it with, yeah, mentions they got milk, then they're like, it was a bull, not a cow. So, like, literally the opening scene is a, bestiality joke.
Yikes.
Well, not literally the opening scene. The opening scene is, 65 million years ago, showing a battle between Zordon and Rita that leads to, Zordon becoming trapped in the power chamber, and, how Rita got sealed, for 10,000, for, instead of 10,000 years, 65 million years.
That's not fun. 10,000 years is fun. But yeah, if you ever want to binge watch Power Rangers, please let me know.
Also, not gonna lie, it's pretty cool that they got Bryan Cranston to be Zordon, because he actually did some monster voices in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Ooh,
So he has a history with Power Rangers.
Yeah. And I know I mentioned this in the last stream, but Goldar is still my favorite monster.
They do Goldar dirty in the 2017 movie, because they basically treat him as Rita's Megazord rather than a character in his own right. Like, he doesn't talk, and he's just a giant liquid metal monster made of gold.
No. Oh.
And
Goldar
that's also
is literally
a design that didn't translate well to merchandise, because when the toy came out, it just looked like it was made of cheese.
Okay, Proto, because you did Macho Goldar
Savage, yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
I'll do it for you, dude.
I can't believe they did me dirty and all of those merchandising. I'm supposed to be a knight. I'm supposed to be savage when destroying the Rangers. They did me dirty, and now I'm coming back for revenge.
Also, like, as much as I appreciate, not necessarily like, but appreciate, the 2017 Power Rangers movie, it's still got some stuff that I don't like about it. Like, it has the shallowest attempts at, fan service. Like, it has the obligatory cameos from, original Mighty Morphin actors, but they only got 2 of them to show up, and one of them was Jason David Frank, because Jason David Frank is, like, the only Power Rangers actor who's built an entire career off of being a Power Rangers actor. And the other one is Amy Jo Johnson, and they both show up at the very end in a crowd shot with no dialogue.
Prove your strength. I acknowledge your ability. Take my soul and go forth. You have my...
And they do play the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers theme, but it's the 1995 movie version, and they only play a snippet of the chorus during the beginning of the climax. So you don't even get to hear the whole theme at any point in the movie.
I honestly don't know what my favorite theme is.
My favorite theme is, it's a toss-up between, Lightspeed Rescue, In Space, SPD, and, not counting the Mighty Morphin theme, because that's obvious.
Yeah.
And, Time Force.
I would definitely have to sit down. I think Zeo had a good one. I think
Zeo had a damn good theme, especially because the chorus is not just like Go-Go Power Rangers, but the guitar part is like two guitars playing a melody at once, so it's harmonized, but it's also the Power Rangers chorus riff from the Mighty Morphin theme played in a minor key, so it sounds more epic.
Isn't that Lady?
Yeah, that's Lady in her first appearance.
Holy crap! He's surfing!
This isn't even the most ridiculous thing that Dante's ever done. Also, this is the only Devil May... Like, this is Lady's debut, but it's also the only game where they ever refer to Lady by her real name. Because she abandons her real name after this game. Lady starts out as just what Dante calls her, because he doesn't know her real name.
Getting better and better.
For the record, her real name is Mary. Why wasn't Lady and Trish playable in 5? Because Capcom are cowards. That's, like, a part... Now that Virgil has been added to Devil May Cry 5, Lady and Trish are the most requested, DLC features.
Mary. Yeah, I would honestly love to see Lady and Trish, even if it's a short DLC, make it free at that point. Because
I mean, typically, like how the Virgil DLC worked is that was just Virgil's gameplay, and you were playing through every single stage from the normal story in order, but there were like different cutscenes at the very beginning and very end that had extra context for Virgil's perspective of Devil May Cry 5's plot. Same thing with Devil May Cry 4. You play through all the regular stages in order, with no cutscenes in between, but had different beginning and ending cutscenes to add extra context.
My thing is, can Lady
and Lady and
fight?
Trish did... Yeah, they can. Lady and Trish were playable characters in Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition.
No, what I mean is, can she fight with the bike?
No, because she loses that bike after this game.
Oh, because that would have been amazing for DLC. When you want to play as Lady with the bike, is killing people.
I haven't played the Lady and Trish story in Devil May Cry 4 Special Edition yet, because like that's a very... One of my problems with Devil May Cry 4, despite me generally liking it, is that it really drags on towards the end. So it's a slog to play from beginning to end, in my opinion. But my understanding is that, like, Lady, since she's human, uses, like, a whole bunch of different guns as her combat style, and Trish, since she's a demon, and because she canonically has possession of the Sparta sword during the events of Devil May Cry 4, since she's the one who brought it to the Order of the Sword in the first place, uses Sparta as her main weapon, and she gets a devil trigger that's just her putting on sunglasses and glowing. And even though Hideki Kamiya has not worked on Devil May Cry since Devil May Cry 1, it's really not his series anymore, and he's acknowledged as much. He still, like, posted some of his interpretations of what he believes Devil May Cry canon to be. Like, his idea that he had for Trish would be that she does have a proper demonic devil trigger form, but the reason that we haven't seen what that looks like in any games is because we just can't comprehend what that form looks like. Nero's design does look so much better in Devil May Cry 5. He looks more distinct from Dante, other than having a demonic arm and wearing blue instead of red.
Cool. Well, if you want a fake swear word, my favorite is calling someone a kumquat.
I mean, if you want good fake swear words, just look at Transformers. They've got a whole lingo of fake swear words for stuff that's used on Cybertron. They actually had to discontinue some of them because they were real swear words in certain countries. Like, before, like, their old stand-in for shit was slag, but that's a slang term for, that's a derogatory slang term for women in the UK.
Yeah.
So they changed it to scrap.
That's one of the reasons why they didn't bring back Flag from Ratchet and Clank.
That's also why the Dinobot slag in modern media goes by the name Slog instead. They keep going between Slog and Slug. I think they stuck on Slug permanently.
Yeah, believe it or not, I found a couple of Pokemon. Kiki is a Filipino's slang term for a woman's private part. So
yeah, back at Lord Megatron, you're right. They went back and forth between Slog and Slug for a while, but they settled on Slug. Sorry, continue.
Oh, no problem. And I forgot the other one, because I was doing a Pokemon challenge run, and I got Kefkli, and I was going to name it Kiki, and that's how I learned that one. And I forgot the other one. I would have to look at my save file, but I think it's another like curse word in another language. But I'm sitting here like, it's not bad in English. But I understand Pokemon's a worldwide.
Can we talk about how, as far as names that use kind of rude slang, one that was completely intentional, but is still kind of ironic, is Goku's wife being named Chi-Chi, which is Japanese slang for boobs. But she is by no means the bustiest character in even the original Dragon Ball. Like, Bulma's the one who gets all the boob-related jokes and fan service in Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and even then, she still doesn't have the biggest bust.
Yeah, that's Android 18.
Mm-hmm. And if you want to include the Super now, it's the chick that can transform.
I haven't seen Super, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, she's it's literally the size of a head.
But like, I remember this because like, Bulma was one of my first awakenings, shall we say, when I was going through my teenage years. Hydrate? I'm out of water. I would have to refill it, but I'll do that eventually when I reach a good stopping point. But, like, I remember there's an early chapter of the Dragon Ball manga when they first meet Long, and, like, he asks, Bulma, when he's disguised as a handsome man before they know that he's actually a pig, what her bra size is, and she just proudly says 34C. Yeah, I deserved having that thrown at me.
What I'm going to say is this. Chi, oh bye, boing, boing.
Boing.
Can we talk about how awesome he is as a character?
Parco Fulgore, hell yeah.
Yeah, even when he's strictly terrified, he still tries to help.
Dude's a joke character, but he's so fucking fun to watch. He never gets annoying.
Exactly. Like I think
I don't think Zatch Bell ever had any bad characters from what I've seen.
They were all fascinating, dude.
Like, yeah, a lot of them fit pretty common anime stereotypes, but none of them were annoying or like overdone.
Yeah, part of me. So I have to rewatch the series, but I believe.
Oh yeah, I remember that Gunvolt boss. I can't remember what his name was, but it was the fire dude, right? Where like he's a massive redacted on Twitch term for the like idol girl that you rescue. He's like, "You jock blocked me, bro."
Oh god. We are lazy laser stands here.
Yeah, fucking the lazy laser dude is the best guy in the game. Is the best character in the game because he doesn't even want to be a part of the plot. He just wants to play MMOs all day.
I mean, mood, right?
Yeah.
I can honestly just do that with MapleStory, Final Fantasy 14, and some old school ones, Latel, World of Warcraft, and RuneScape.
I would say, like, vanilla through, Wrath of the Lich King World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
That was, like, peak World of Warcraft. I mean, Fire Dude is supposed to sound creepy. That's, it's supposed to, make you want to defeat him. Because it's like, if he wins, he's going to be so fucking terrible towards your ally for the game. I can't remember her name because I haven't like done Goldie years.
Yeah, I can't remember either. I think it was like
People like
Melody
to say
or
Illuminate,
Harmony.
but no, that's the villain from Mega Man X8.
But another thing too is it's a creepy villain done correctly. Like when you look at Sword Art Online, right?
Yeah, that's a guy where they want to make sure that you hate him, but they went fucking overboard with it. Where it's like, we get it, he's evil, stop.
Exactly. And they did it multiple times in a row, and it's like it's the only kind of villain you can make. The fact your villain is doing really terrible, heinous things to multiple people by brainwashing them and holding them hostage, that enough is should be your drive to stop this man.
Hell, his fucking introductory scene when he visits Asuna in the hospital was more than enough to give you an idea of what kind of creepy feelings he has towards Asuna. We didn't need the stuff he actually did to her.
Yeah.
I can't stand Sword Art Online. Not just because it's worse.hack, but because it really just goes for shock factor too much. Without really understanding how to do it properly. I don't think that all the stuff it does is necessarily bad in concept. It's just that Reki Kawahara is a hack fraud.
Like, I've heard from Sai that it gets better, but
I've heard that gets better, but like, I've heard that gets better, but at the same time, I'm like, isn't that kind of grading on a curve because it starts out so bad?
It is grading on a curve. I'm not gonna lie.
It's like when people said that Wonder Woman was the best DCEU movie when it came out. I'm like, everything that's come out before Wonder Woman has been universally hated. So is that really something to congratulate?
Like, the way...
hooray,
like,
you made a single competent movie.
The thing is, the way I haven't done this yet, but the way I would review like a TV series is I would review it season by season. But then when okay, Pokemon for example, once the taking Pokemon for example, the entire Indigo League, once that's over, I would rate that as itself as a season, not how they did it, which is like
splitting it up into like one season for the gym leaders and then one season for the Elite Four.
The Victory Road stuff. Yeah, like that, to me, that felt pointless. That to me, that would be one season. From like the start of that part where, like say, Johto. The moment they go to Johto, and then the last episode that takes place in Johto, that should be the last of it. You know, like I would do that as one season.
And then you get into the stuff where like they're really clearly grasping at straws for content, like the Gen 3 era where like they did a season for the gym leaders, they did a season for that for that region's Victory Road, and then they did another season for the Frontier.
I will admit, Frontiers was awesome.
Like, it was an awesome season from my understanding. I never really watched much of Pokemon, even growing up. But at the same time, it's like, did this really need its own season? The X and Y anime was goated. Apart from how it ended, but
the ending. I'm not gonna go there. Don't worry. But the ending, I was displeased.
I think everyone was displeased because it was a very clear case of the status quo is God, which I'm so glad they're starting. From what I've heard, they've really drifted away from every season being a concrete repeat of the previous season by actually letting Ash win the Alolan League.
Yeah, let's see, XY's one with Mega, well, Ash Greninja. We already know it's Mega Greninja.
Yeah.
What was the one with Chinchar? That was Gen 4, I think, right?
Yeah, that was Gen 4.
That's another one that Ash should have placed better, in my opinion.
He had type advantage with Greninja, and he still lost.
But yeah, like, Diamond and Pearl and that one, like, those are two he should have won. Or at least with the Diamond and Pearl one placed better than what he did.
I don't count Orange Islands as an actual league win because, like, most of the battles in the Orange Islands weren't even proper Pokemon battles.
I have to
They were
agree.
just
They
like
were like
random bullshit tasks he had to do. It's not really a test of his skill at Pokemon battling. It's just, shit, we gotta do something that's not a carbon copy of the Indigo League so soon after the Indigo League.
Yeah, dude, a lot of people agree with you on that, believe it or not. A lot of PokeTubers agree with you on that.
That and the fact that the Orange Islands don't exist in the games.
Yeah, they would have been fun to have exist in the games. Like, that could have definitely have worked for the N64.
Like, what... And then there's me, whose favorite Pokemon region of all time is the Ore region, the one that's never going to be featured in any anime, because the Pokemon Company are cowards.
You know, it's one of my favorites too, dude.
It's a fucking outlaw region where it's a complete fucking wasteland. There's no leagues there. Just individual coliseums that have their own rules and aren't, like, interconnected with each other. There's no badge system. Wild Pokemon are barely even a thing in that region. There's tons of criminal It's like criminal organizations run local town governments, rather than just being, like, quirky mini-boss squad.
Yeah, Mirror B is still one of my favorites. I know
Mirror B is goated.
And I know Nazgour is your favorite.
Yeah, I love Nazgour, even though he's a very generic character. I just love his design.
Yeah. You know, it would have been amazing for a match.
Ash versus Wes.
Actually, I was gonna say Nazgour and Mirror B versus you. That would have been fun.
That would have been fun, but it would have been a huge whiplash because Mirror B's always played as a more comedic villain. Like, he barely has anything to do with what Cypher's doing.
I know.
They were called Cypher, right? It's been a while since I played.
Yeah. They're called Cypher.
I just wanted to make sure because there's also a villainous organization in the Metal Gear series called Cypher.
Yeah, I kind of want to replay,
literally my only complaint about Coliseum's story, because I haven't played Gale of Darkness, apart from Wes being a silent protagonist, because I feel like if any Pokemon protagonist was going to have dialogue, it should have been Wes.
Yeah.
Is that Team Snag'em is really a non-entity in this story. Like, they didn't even really need to be a factor in the story at all, because they play so little of a role when Cypher are the actual villains.
Yeah, if anything, like if they really wanted to do more with Team Snag'em, they could have done more like comedy type stuff as a nice little breather from the story, you know?
Like, you don't even get to really do anything involving Team Snag'em until the post game.
But yeah, you get what I'm saying. Like a good break.
Like, I get
from
what
the,
they were going
yeah.
for, having Team Snag'em as your starter villains before introducing you to the real villains of the story. Like petty criminals versus organized terrorist organization.
Yeah. Bro, this is like one of those dot hack monsters. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. This boss is called the Gigapede.
I've turned to study for black and white anime, especially since it was my first bunch of theories.
Dude, I started with like the fucking first episode of the Indigo League. I didn't see it on TV because I didn't know what a kids WB was at the time. So I rented it on Blockbuster from Blockbuster.
I started on like the second episode, so I was still at the beginning of the first one. I have one major issue with black and white. Just one.
Iris? Because I've heard Iris's depiction in black and white is pretty base-breaking.
She's annoying, I will say that. Same thing with Silent. They're just trying to do Brock and Misty, but that's not my issue.
They're trying to do Salon. He should have been called Salon, because it's supposed to be a food, like a pun on an herb. But they called him Silent because, like, the official pronunciations that they do in the anime, which then become the official pronunciations for all media, make no goddamn sense.
For me, it's the anime. My main issue was how they were trying to do a soft reboot, which it became more of a hard, not a hard reboot, but it felt more like a hard reboot. Like, this guy just came and did literally 4 championships, 5 if you count the Orange League, and his Pikachu lost against a brand new trainer.
I mean, that's been my problem with Ash as a character ever since he lost the Indigo League, is that, like, every time he enters a new region, it's like he loses every bit of skill and knowledge that he gained in the previous arc.
It was really bad in black and white, though. It was worse.
Like, remember when he saw Trico for the first time in Gen 3's anime, and he was like, is it a water type?
Yeah, I wanted to punch him for that. Like, bro, it's green. How many water types are green?
It's green and it has tree in its name.
Yeah, like, literally every water type except for Politoed and Ludicolo are not green. There's only 2 that have green in it.
Yeah.
And not counting shiny forms. Like, there's only 2 I can think that are green, actually.
I wouldn't know because I stopped paying attention. I haven't properly played a Pokemon game since Gen 4. Every game after Gen 4, I start, and then I just never get very far in. Because I just lose interest really quickly.
Is it the Joker?
That's Jester. He's based on the Joker, very obviously. But Jester is a recurring character in Devil May Cry 3. I'm not going to spoil too much about him. He sort of acts as a guide to Dante while also, like, causing havoc for him along the way.
Like, you were saying JKR loved this character, basically.
Yes, he would.
What are your what are you
This
guys
isn't even the
on
only Batman reference in this game, because there's a that bald dude who greeted Dante at the beginning and who's constantly traveling with Virgil, who has the 2 different colored eyes and the fucked up face. His name's Arkham.
What's your guys' thoughts on Black and White 2? From what I remember, I liked it as a kid. I enjoyed the game. I prefer Black and White story over Black and White 2 story, but I like to see the continuation. And I kind of feel... Okay.
Oh, sorry.
You guys...
No, continue, since you were almost done.
Oh, I kind of felt like the series should have taken a little more note from Black and White to Black and White 2, and that should have been a continuation from X and Y to X and Y 2, or the Sun and Moon to Ultra Sun and Moon. Like, that should have been how it worked.
In my opinion, in terms of production values, Black and White 2 is the peak of the mainline games. It has the best art style. It has... I mean, like... I haven't played Sword and Shield because I refuse to pay money for that. I refuse to pay money for something I know I'm not going to like. Because I feel like hate-watching is kind of pointless.
All I heard from X and Y is this.
Unless, like, you're doing it to entertain other people. Or for review purposes. But Sword and Shield, in its launch state at least, without getting the DLC that included stuff that should have fucking been there from day one, it just feels like a slap in the face.
It does.
Like, Black and White, I feel... Black and White proves that Game Freak should have stuck with sprites instead of moving to 3D models. I get why they moved to 3D models, but it shows that Game Freak excels in 2D art, but falters when it comes to 3D art. They just don't have enough staff that know how to properly do stuff in 3D to make it good.
Like, for me personally, you already know I'm going to have a video coming out on this. Because Birdkeeper Toby had a video about this, and one of the things he brought up was keeping the pixel art style, but going the route of Octopath Traveler.
Yeah,
that would be amazing.
I feel like that would have been a better evolution of the Pokemon visual style than doing really like generic looking 3D models.
Dude, I would
like,
love
yeah, I get they're
Octopath.
supposed to be future proof, so they don't have to remake them from the ground up for every game. But it's a very bad art style. It has no character. Everything looks so stale. It's like New Super Mario Bros. Art style, where it's inoffensive, it's not necessarily bad to look at, but it's so generic and bland and lifeless.
Hey, fanboy, let me ask you, if they were to make a Pokemon game with the art style of Octopath Traveler, would you definitely buy that? Or would you think about it, or no?
Thanks for destroying the lock for me, devil boy!
Also, can we talk about how, Piers in Sword and Shield is introduced with him singing while there's no text for his vocals and no voice for his vocals, so it's just him mouthing silently into a microphone while he's being booed. Whereas a fucking Nintendo DS game had a gym leader who was a punk singer, and they gave her vocals when they didn't have to. And they gave her different vocals depending on what region you were... Depending on, like, what language you were playing the game in.
Yeah, one thing okay. The funny thing is, because, again, I am working on a video, you know what I'm going to have him sing. It's this kid that sings a Minecraft song.
Which one? Because there's so many that are mimetic.
Mine
Diamonds.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that one.
Dude, did you see that? There was like this channel that's inspired by Siva Gunner called Viva Bieber. It's like all V's and then just R's, where the R's in Siva Gunner would be. They did a high quality rip of Mine Diamonds. Claiming that it was Take On Me, but it's Mine Diamonds, but it's pitch corrected so it doesn't sound like ear rape.
I would definitely go for it because I would find it very interesting to play. Also, I do want to say one thing about a Pokemon story that I would personally like. We're always saving the world, right? Why can't we go the Pokemon 3rd movie and save like our mom or dad because they are our worlds? I think that would be interesting.
Yeah. I agree.
I think it would be a nice breath, like a nice breath of fresh air, and you just happen to save, maybe not the world, but your country or something like that.
I love the mini-boss fights with Jester because they work in his clownish visuals into his fighting style.
Oh, the party streamers.
Yeah, he shoots out party streamers when you hit him instead of blood. And to stun him, to deal good damage against him, you have to shoot at him. And he does like, oh, I'm like teleporting but also dancing like a clown would do. He taunts you constantly. There's a lot of like Jester iconography in his attacks. You do 2 more fights against him after this one where like when he's at low health, he starts riding a giant ball that has like Jester face on it.
Oh my god! I just thought of a character that could probably go toe to toe with Dante.
Yeah.
Jin from Bujingai. He
Dude,
fights
I've got
demons.
Bujingai on this hard drive. I could play that sometime now.
Yeah. He can literally fly through space by doing Chinese double sword like techniques and stuff.
I mean, you know why Bujingai is the way it is, right?
Gats is a
yeah,
big
it's
part
literally
of it.
just gacked the game.
It's like it's really repetitive, but at the same time, it is like a fun repetitive, you know?
Yeah. Bayonetta could probably go toe-to-toe with Dante. I'm on the, like, ignoring Death Battle because Death Battle is trash! Like, Death Battle is literally just rage-baiting the series. But I'm with the opinion of, Hideki Kamiya, where it's like, I don't want to see Dante and Bayonetta fight, I want to see them team up.
That would be fun.
Oops.
That would be amazing, for real. Like, I could see some very interesting gameplay done for that.
Also, depending on whether you count concept art for Bayonetta as canon to Bayonetta and canon to Devil May Cry, because obviously they've done some inside jokes at the expense of Devil May Cry. There's a piece of concept art that shows Enzo from Bayonetta beating Dante at a game of poker and winning his clothes. When there's also a very minor character from Devil May Cry lore, also called Enzo.
Oh god.
So it's implied, but obviously not really canon, that the Enzo from Bayonetta is the same Enzo from Devil May Cry.
Yeah, Bayonetta is like, what, 6'5" with the heels?
I don't think she's ever been given an official height, because also her height kind of varies a little bit from game to game. Like,
40% legs.
She's 40% leg. Yeah, I would say she's more than 40% legs.
65? Or 69?
I would say at least 70% legs.
You're not gonna say 69?
No, because that's too easy. Like,
That's not nice, dude.
Bayonetta's classy. She wouldn't stoop that low.
Dante would.
But like, depending on whether you're playing Bayonetta 1 or Bayonetta 2, she's either around the same height as Luca or towers over him. Because in Bayonetta 1, Luca's actually taller than her in a few cutscenes. But in Bayonetta 2, she's just taller than everybody except for Jean. Yeah, she's classy as fuck. She even makes her use of swear words and slang sound classy.
Oh, okay, the classy fuck, you know what we think of? The Jesus Christ take from Angry Video Game Nerd. What's your fucking language?
I mean, like, she genuinely manages to make Papa Cap and yo ass sound classy. I'm not kidding, because she does say that in the first game.
Yeah, I know. I got near the end, and yeah, Kobo. I'll just put it in. I like how this stream and last stream we're just talking completely off topic, same stuff.
Yeah, that's part of why I keep having you on these streams, because I have trouble coming up with things to say during downtime of games I'm playing. So I'd rather not bore the people who are watching. Even if we're not talking about the game or we're just talking about whatever the fuck comes to mind, it's still better than just like an hour of silence.
You to it. Yeah, I think that's the line everyone goes for if they want to say something classy as fuck.
Yeah. Also, Bayonetta did a better delivery of Flock Off Featherface than Dante did.
Okay,
the whole Dante, it comes off as, like, very awkward, because, it feels like Dante's just not allowed to say fuck. Whereas Bayonetta, she's very clearly, like, doing it tongue-in-cheek as an intentionally cheesy joke.
All I'm gonna say is...
Oh yeah, Devil May Cry. So anyway, let's talk about Bayonetta 3, yeah. I'm so hyped for Bayonetta 3. I've been waiting since that game was announced fucking years ago for it to come out, and now it's finally coming out.
I still haven't played Devil May Cry, fuck. Bayonetta 2 yet.
You can get Bayonetta 2 for pretty cheap on the Switch eShop. It goes on sale all the time.
Yeah, I think doesn't Steam have the mod support or mod support
Steam
right now?
has mod support, but it's not a very active modding community. Because Bayonetta uses a very unintuitive file structure, so it makes it hard to do good model edits.
Okay.
Like, it took until the past couple years for people to do stuff beyond, like, putting Jean's face on Bayonetta's body. In fact, one of the first mods to take off in popularity for Bayonetta before people finally cracked how to do some pretty decent mods for Bayonetta was putting Vinny Vinesauce's face on Bayonetta.
Oh god.
27... Yeah, they announced Bayonetta in fucking... Bayonetta 3 in 2017, and it didn't even get a gameplay reveal until last year.
Yeah,
like, for the longest time, people thought it was going to be cancelled because we hadn't heard anything on it.
My whole thing is this: when you're going to release a game, have gameplay footage with it.
I mean, I can understand why they didn't do a gameplay reveal at its announcement, because Platinum Games was undergoing some hardships at the time. They were very close to bankruptcy around the time Bayonetta 3 was announced. That's something that that a lot of people don't talk about, but basically, Bayonetta 3 was announced around the time that Scalebound was in development and then later canceled, and the cancellation of Scalebound left them financially shattered, and they all damn near went bankrupt.
Yeah, as someone who didn't really care about Scalebound, I kind of wish it was a real thing, because it would have been something for my Xbox.
Yeah, Scalebound was canceled. Actually, Scalebound's cancellation was mostly Platinum's decision rather than Microsoft's, because the reason Scalebound was canceled was because it was too ambitious of a project for what Platinum was even capable of making.
Yeah. Still,
It was
I'm excited
it was
for-
Nier Automata that actually saved Platinum from going bankrupt. Like, that one deal was enough to make them financially stable again. Like, it wasn't just the cancellation of Scalebound, it was the cancellation of Scalebound that followed their previous handful of games after Bayonetta 2, but before Nier Automata, namely Transformers Devastation, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Mutants in Manhattan, and
Korra.
Legend of Korra all underperforming.
Yeah, Legend
And
of Korra
all
is
three of
actually
them
fun.
being delisted very shortly after they were released.
Yeah, if you can get your hands on the Korra game, I recommend playing it. It's not bad. It's actually pretty good. Basic, but you do get different elements and everything, and you get to power them up. You actually feel like the Avatar. And I
My
think
understanding of why Korra got so much flack was because it was, like, really short. And I'm like, first of all, most Platinum games are short. And second of all, it was sold at a discount and it was digital only. It's not like you weren't getting what you paid for.
Yeah. Like, it was a decent price. Like, it's worth $15, you know? I still haven't beaten the minigame, the last stage for it. Like, I ran in the game a couple times. I've never really timed myself. I do want to time myself, but I highly recommend it if you want something that's different, you know? Like,
Transformers Devastation was great. Yes, it was. But it underperformed financially and got, like, not bad critical reviews, but not exactly stellar either, just kind of average. And because Activision has a very bad tendency to, like, just make no attempts to preserve any licensed games after their licenses expire, like, it didn't last long on store shelves. And it underperforming financially also led to, like, all those sequel hooks it had at the end never being followed up on. Like, Devastation's a weird game because it's obviously supposed to be G1 fan service. But at the same time, it does a whole bunch of stuff that's incompatible with the G1 lore and seems more like it was trying to tie into the then ongoing Prime Wars trilogy story, which itself went off in such a radically different direction that Devastation wouldn't have fit into it anyway.
So it probably came across that from the higher ups in thinking that may have said, "Hey, do G1," and then maybe confusing them. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to guess at this point.
I mean, like, it doesn't have a very in-depth plot, but, like, it uses the Combiner Wars designs for some of the characters. Like, Megatron has his Combiner Wars design. The Constructicons have their Combiner Wars designs. Actually, all of the Combiners have their Combiner Wars designs. And at the end of the game, it ends with a sequel hook for Optimus getting upgraded into his Combiner Wars design to combat any upcoming Combiner threats, which would have been the return of, what was his name? Nova Prime.
Oh.
Wasn't War of Cybertron, Fall of Cybertron connected to Prime? Sort of? Okay, so Prime, War for Cybertron, and Fall of Cybertron were part of a Transformers initiative that started in 2010 that very quickly went off the rails, called the Aligned Continuity, where it was like, they're going to have all Transformers media interconnect with each other with like one consistent lore that they all follow. But the problem was Prime and War for Cybertron were in production at the same time. War for Cybertron came out first and did a more like G1 inspired story, whereas Prime used elements that were established in the Aligned Continuity series Bible that still contradicted what War for Cybertron set up. So when Fall of Cybertron came out, they did a few story beats that tried to tie it in better to what Prime was doing, but like the two writing staffs didn't communicate with each other, so they both ended up going off in radically in different directions that were incompatible with each other. Like, Fall of Cybertron's ending is directly incompatible with Prime, because if you've seen the first season of Prime, you know that Starscream is kind of like the de facto leader of the Decepticons until Megatron gets reactivated. Whereas, at the end of Fall of Cybertron, Starscream has been kicked out of the Decepticons for, plotting against Megatron and usurping his command while he was out of commission and running the Decepticons super poorly at the same time. He was a very unpopular leader. It ends with, like, the Ark and the Nemesis getting caught in, like, free fall. They're both falling to Earth. And, like, it kind of ends there. And then there was a third game set in the War for Cybertron continuity that was not made by the War for Cybertron studio because they were busy working on Deadpool at the time. So it was handed off to a studio called Edge of Reality that at the time had only done porting work for games like Tony Hawk's Pro Skater and the N64 version of Spider-Man. And they were tasked with not just continuing the Fall of Cybertron story without any input from the Fall of Cybertron writers. Yeah, Darkspark. But they also had to, due to a mandate from Hasbro and Paramount, had to tie it in with the then most recent movie, Age of Extinction, and then the ending also tries to tie it in as a prequel to G1. So it's a complete continuity nightmare.
When you said Spider-Man, you know what came to mind?
What?
Spider-Man!
Oh, yeah, the Spider-Man the Sinister Six game that Re-Res reviewed. Spider-Man! Spider-Man!
It sounded so flat when they actually sung it on the thing.
I don't get why, in the year of our Lord 1996, they felt that the best way to adapt Spider-Man at what at the time was the peak of its American popularity thanks to the 94 cartoon was to turn it into a point-and-click adventure game.
Which is like, and the thing is, it doesn't really matter what you do. All the endings are somewhat similar, except for the Shocker.
Yeah.
Like, the endings are all very similar, basically. But I do like the ending where Shocker is, like, good. Because it shows, like, there is good in other people. But there's, like, there's no reason for him to be good at
like,
the same
the
time.
ending that makes the most sense is not even the good ending.
Mm-hmm. Also, like, there was no Jameson, so there was none of that, he's a menace!
Spider-Man is a menace! Spider-Man Web of Shadows is legit my favorite Spider-Man game. I played a little bit of Web of Shadows. It's a really fascinating game to look at because it's basically a beta for what would become Prototype.
I don't know what my favorite Spider-Man game is. I think it's the one on the PS1.
Spider-Man PS1, apart from Spider-Man PS4, because that game's a fucking masterpiece, Spider-Man PS1 is my favorite Spider-Man game. Then again, I haven't played that many Spider-Man games.
I've only played like 2 or 3 of them.
I think Spider-Man 2, the movie game, is a bit overrated.
I think I played one of them. I don't know which one I'll be honest, I don't know which one I played. I think I played a PS2 one that was based off the first movie that I did enjoy.
Yeah, the first Spider-Man movie game.
Yeah, I read
that was built off of... It plays so much like Spider-Man PS1 because it's built off of the same engine.
Yeah, that one was actually kind of fun.
Like, it's literally just Spider-Man PS1 with better graphics and with a combo system.
Oh, hold on. Isn't Shattered Dimensions Jim Stephanie Sterling's favorite one? Because that's their favorite character.
I have no idea, because I just started watching Jim Stephanie Sterling recently.
Yeah, I know Mysterio is their favorite villain.
And Ultimate Spider-Man is fucking underrated as shit.
Let me ask you something, Adi.
Yep.
Who is your favorite Spider-Man villain?
I know this is a really normie answer, but Venom.
No problem.
Specifically the Eddie Brock Venom, because there's been a lot of different Venom hosts, and each Venom host he influences his personality and what kind of character he plays as. But I love Venom being the dark side of Spider-Man. It's such a cool concept.
Yeah. For me personally,
he's a massively I can gladly admit Venom is massively overexposed and overrated, but I still love him all the same. Especially once my favorite depictions of Venom are the ones where he's kind of goofy rather than the grim, dark, edgy character. One of my favorite Venom moments that I think perfectly encapsulates how I like Eddie Brock Venom to be written is a scene from Venom Lethal Hero or Lethal Protector, whatever it was called, where he rescues a woman from being mugged by gruesomely killing the mugger, and then he just smiles and returns the woman's purse back to her, and he's like, "You're welcome, ma'am."
For me personally, when it comes to Spider-Man villains, I'm gonna be super basic on this one.
Yeah, Doc Ock is a great Spider-Man villain. My favorite incarnation of Doc Ock is the Spider-Man PS4 version, because you really get to see a once good man gradually descend into villainy. And, going in that Dr. Octavius is going to become a villain, but that makes it so heartbreaking when he does.
Yeah, I'm about to sound really basic with my Spider-Man villain, and that is...
Okay.
Besides Carnage, the Carnage I feel like is cheating.
What is it?
I'm going to say the Rhino.
Talking.
Rhino's a good, I feel like he's a good, street-level villain. Where, you need to have a villain that's not a villain who's going to be a threat the police can't take care of, but at the same time, he's not someone that has ambitions of world domination.
Yeah, he's somewhat down to earth, but he's not the brightest. At the same time, he can be a physical threat to Spider-Man by overpowering him, like in the '94 cartoon. I think that's why he's one of my favorites. It's I do like some of the bigger villains, perfect example, for Batman, Clayface, but I love his story also.
Oh, Kraven's a great Spider-Man villain who's massively underused. The entire idea that he's not necessarily evil, he's just looking for the most dangerous prey to hunt, and Spider-Man is that most dangerous prey for him.
Dude, I forgot all about Kraven, man. Kraven was
It's because Kraven never gets to fucking do anything in anything except the comics. We're getting a Kraven the Hunter movie, but it's set in the Sony Spider-Man universe, so who knows how it's going to be. I haven't seen any of the Sony Spider-Man universe movies, but to my understanding, they had a 1-2 punch hit with Venom and Venom 2, and then Morbius happened.
Lizard and Chameleon.
Lizard's a great... I like Lizard, too. Someone who's not... I like the villains that aren't necessarily evil. They're just driven to villainy due to unfortunate circumstances. That's also why I like Sandman.
Basically, that's what I like about the Batman villains, Clayface and Dr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze.
Mr. Freeze. I don't know, I like Dr. Freeze also. That sounds like He deserves the title of doctor.
It's Morbid time. Like, people will say, like, oh, Morbius was a failure. It bombed at the box office twice. And I'm like, hey, it's still the highest grossing Morbius movie ever made.
I do have a question, though. I know in the cartoons it never happened, but in the comics, did Spider-Man ever team up with Kraven? Because that would be interesting.
Dude, Spider-Man's teamed up with pretty much every villain he's had at least once. I wouldn't be surprised if he's teamed up with Kraven at least once.
I want to. Okay, I want to read that comic though, because that sounds like it'll be interesting. Like, have them both kind of get like tied together or something, and they gotta fight together and work as a team. Cliche as hell, but I would like to see how they would write that.
Scorpion's another Spider-Man villain that I really like.
Oh, Scorpion was my favorite as a kid. I am not gonna lie.
Like, I'm a sucker for his 1998 era design, like the one that he had in the PS1 game and the first movie game.
Oh, a couple of times. Okay.
Hey, thanks for the bits, Lulu.
Hey, Lulu.
Lulu will hopefully finally be able to debut before too long, because I'm going to be giving her a laptop that I don't have any use for anymore. That's just gathering dust.
Oh, please let me know. Because if it's a day where like I'm off and I'm getting off stream, I could definitely raid the stream.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to be promoting her when she's ready to debut. Because she's
same
put
here.
so much thought into like her character design and everything.
Seriously, I would definitely promote as well. Hold on, I think we're forgetting the best villain ever. Is Spider-Man.
Spider-Man 2 video game Mysterio, where he has the longest life bar in the game, but you still beat him with just one punch because he doesn't actually have any powers.
I was not going to say that.
And it's like in the middle of him robbing a convenience store of all things.
Electro's fine. I do like the electric powers and stuff like that. I was like sound waves for depending on the continuity. They're either electric or they're sound waves. But the best villain is how we actually got Spider-Man, the guy that shot Uncle Ben.
Oh, God, I can't. I think that guy has a name, but like he's a central figure in the Spider-Man origin, but he's like referenced so little.
I mean, he's the whole reason we got Spider-Man, if you think about it.
Yeah.
So he's technically the most important villain. I prefer the Hobgoblin over Green Goblin.
Hobgoblin's a case where, like, now that Green Goblin's got more mainstream exposure thanks to the first Spider-Man movie and that godlike performance by Willem Dafoe, Hobgoblin's kind of taken a back seat and everything.
Yeah, that... Oh my god, his performance is legendary.
Like, it's not a very accurate Green Goblin performance. It's more of a Joker performance than Green Goblin. But it still fits that interpretation of the character.
And the performance is still masterful.
Yeah. It makes me wonder why they haven't made a Joker movie with Willem Dafoe yet, because he would be a natural for the role.
Because it would make too much money.
Like, give Jared Leto a second chance, but don't ever go with Willem Dafoe, someone who's literally born to play the role.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, Spider-Man 2 Dr. Ock is probably my favorite.
Hey, you're forgetting the best Spider-Man villain. Dr. Octagonopus!
We're coming full circle with the shoot the whoop, huh?
Yes.
Not Spark J. Leto.
Yeah, fuck Jared Leto. He's an overrated actor, he's a mediocre singer, and he's a creep.
Yeah, the people on the set were not fond. Like, it's okay to be a method actor, but you also gotta set limits.
You could thank Jared Leto for, like, method acting becoming a dying art form at this point, because, like, Jared Leto has ruined the concept of method acting for everyone else. I forgot about the wall. No, the best Spider-Man villain is not even... It's not, the Wall. Not the Wall. The Wall is great. It's, Sauron.
I don't remember that one.
Sauron is the guy that's, like, he's a dinosaur, and Spider-Man is like, why are you manipulating people's DNA to turn people into dinosaurs? You could cure cancer with that kind of knowledge. And he's like,
oh,
but I want to turn people into dinosaurs!
I wouldn't mind being part Velociraptor, I'm just saying.
He's not a Velociraptor, he's a Pteranodon.
No, I mean me. Like, I myself would not mind being part Velociraptor. Just part, you know? Like, give me the legs and the claws. I'll be quite happy with that.
Can we talk about one of the best instances of Marvel trying to be overly edgy by turning Speedball into Penance?
That one I don't remember.
That, most people that... Like, Speedball's a character that's never really appeared outside the comics, and he's not a major hero. He's like a D-list hero. But, like, basically, I don't know much about Speedball, but I find the entire concept of Penance hilarious because of how edgy it is. Is like, to my understanding, Speedball's powers are like, yeah, it's after Civil War happened in the comics. But like, Speedball's powers are like generating force fields that he can use to like, reflect stuff. But like, there's one instance, post-Civil War, there's an instance where, like, he accidentally caused the deaths of innocent people. So he drops the name Speedball and changes his costume into, like, basically an Iron Maiden in suit form, where it's constantly digging into his skin and cutting him, so he has to deal with the pain that he's caused to innocent people, and he calls himself Penance because he's repenting for the sin of causing innocents to die.
You know what this reminds me of? Oh, Lulu,
yeah.
You have to put in the,
Yeah, I forgot to, I keep forgetting to, add the text to that, but please, Lulu, if you want me to say something as Snake, please just type in the chat, what you want me to say as Snake.
Well, yeah,
I need to set up the text box for that, so you don't have to, like, enter it after the fact.
You know what that Pinda's character reminds me of?
What?
The anime where the fake Power Ranger guy was dating the villain. There's a character who's literally in like an Iron Maiden like outfit.
When I say Iron Maiden like outfit, I mean like it's a metallic suit that's lined with spikes on the inside.
Yeah, I know what you mean by that. I'm just saying that it reminds me of the outfit. Because it's literally, it's like, minus the spikes, it's an Iron Maiden.
I don't know what anime you're talking about, but that sounds glorious. Remember the time when Captain America went in alternate identity as a more violent anti-hero or something? Yeah, wasn't that, didn't he go... What was that, alternate identity's name? It was like U.S. Agent or something, right?
Wasn't the Hell Hydra thing?
No, that was That was like 20 years later, and that was non-alternate identity. That was just like a cheap attempt at generating buzz for a shitty story. Say I'm sexy as Snake. Colonel, this viewer wants me to tell you how sexy I am. US Agent is a separate character. Then I can't remember, I'm not too familiar with Captain America lore, so, because, like, basically the only Marvel characters that I somewhat actively follow are Deadpool and, Spider-Man.
I'm X-Men kind of guy, and I follow it very loosely. Like, my favorite X-Men is the 90s cartoon.
Oh god, another Snake. Okay. What do you want me to say, Cobalt? Secret Empire was great. I heard mixed things about it, mostly because, like, it's very, like, from... Like, I feel like, like, from my understanding, they retconned the Hail Hydra, you know, Captain America shocking moment as, like, oh, it was, like, they retconned it, so, like, it wasn't, like, it was damage control for what was attempting to be a dramatic twist, but got massive backlash because they didn't think that idea through very well and didn't realize, oh shit, we just made Captain America a Nazi.
Go put down the line.
I gotta scroll up because the Stream Elements bot is drowning him out.
Third from the bottom, I'll move to my end.
There was a story reason for that line, yeah, but it was obviously a retcon. Because at first they said they weren't going to undo that change. And then they very obviously retconned it later. Colonel, are you a cocky fish? Or a fishy cock? Like, I'm not knocking, the fact that I'm not knocking the fact that there's an in-story reason for it, because I'd rather there being an in-story reason for it than them actually continuing with him being a secret Nazi all along. That would have been a horrible idea. But it comes off as, like, damage control to me. That's speaking as someone that didn't actually read Secret Empire, because I don't have the patience to follow like comic storylines that continue through multiple different books.
My mother, and she's dead.
You break my
Like, I don't have the patience, I don't have the attention span, I don't have the funds to follow major comic story events that continue through multiple books that are ongoing at the same time. That's why I only actively follow a couple characters that I actually like. Like, that I'm invested enough in to see what they're doing. As mainly Deadpool. My favorite storyline for Deadpool being the Deadpool X-Man storyline. It's very short, but it's a great story in my opinion. It doesn't take itself too seriously, but still has some good moments in it. Shows that there's a method to Deadpool's madness. That and the fact that, like, the whole, like, it starts with him becoming a pirate because he got rich from a previous storyline, and like, he becomes a pirate. Instead of buying a really badass looking boat that he can totally afford, he buys this stupid little tugboat and insists on paying exorbitant money for it because he doesn't understand that he's getting ripped off. And then, like, he gets Bob, Agent of Hydra, to be his parrot. and forces him to dress up in a parrot costume and talk like a parrot, and if he ever breaks character as the parrot, he starts beating him with a stick. Spider-Man Sins Past, yeah, the Mysterio retcon's hilarious. It's such a it's like one of the most poorly received Spider-Man stories. I don't think anything is ever going to top One More Day in terms of most hated Spider-Man stories, but Sins Past is pretty high up there. For those of you that don't know, Sins Past is the story that revealed that Gwen Stacy had an affair with Norman Osborn while she was dating Peter, and secretly gave birth to twins from Norman.
Whatever.
And then they later retconned it to, oh no, that wasn't actually Gwen Stacy, it was Mysterio disguised as Gwen Stacy 15 years later.
So he's a demon too.
So it led to a barrage of memes about that reveal, because it means it raises so many questions about how Norman Osborn didn't realize he was fucking Mysterio.
You know what I gotta say? You were expecting Gwen Stacy, but it was I, not Dio, but Mysterio.
POV, you're getting fucked. They literally have that in Sins Past.
Oh my god.
They literally have that. His face even changes to the Green Goblin. Just to rub in how terrible this scene is.
Good lord, what is happening in this chat?
Good lord, what is happening in there? A terrible storyline. A terrible storyline. At this time of year, at this time of day, in this part of the multiverse, localized entirely within this one page. Yes.
Can I see it?
I see it? No. By the way, I know that I'm not really commentating on the story events going on, but in case, here, in case you didn't catch, like, what happened in that previous cutscene, Arkham, the dude that's, like, a second-in-command to Virgil for this story,
Lady's father.
Lady's father. And he killed her mother as a sacrifice to gain demonic power.
Yep, and she's mad.
Yeah,
she's angry.
That's her motivation for being involved in this story, is to get revenge on Arkham. And she has a very heavy hatred for demons because of Arkham. That's why she keeps shooting Dante in the head every time that they meet.
Dude, you know what I thought of when they came to the head beating?
What?
Not the mama.
She angry. Yes, she very angry. Yeah,
Oh,
Kier here isn't up on his Devil May Cry lore, so please don't spoil any twists for him. One of my favorite bits of expanded Devil May Cry lore, confirmed by Hideki Kamiya on Twitter, is that the magical fire dragon that Dante can summon in his Sparta trigger form at the end of Devil May Cry 1 during the first phase boss fight against Mundus, that magical fire dragon projectile attack is named Puff.
Why does that sound like something I would name a dragon? It's actually, okay, fun fact. IRL, I had we had a short hair, brown and black tabby, that went by the name Puff. She was an asshole, but I missed her.
Fanboy Ahoy, I feel like it's pretty valid to enjoy Devil May Cry but not really care about the story, because outside of Devil May Cry 5, if we're going by main timeline, stories always kind of take a backseat to just setting up cool action scenes.
By the way, these things remind me of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, they're based on, like, both because they're called Orichalcon.
The gargoyles and, well, gargoyle.
Oh, the gargoyles.
And,
but we're also collecting, we're collecting an element called Orichalcon, which is also a thing in Kingdom Hearts as a synthesis material because they're both derived from alchemy.
Well, Final Fantasy in general, it's armor, or it'd be an arm guard or something like that.
Yeah, here it's used as a power source. And guess what we're going to power with pieces of this magical element that contains endless power?
A magical chainsaw.
Elevators.
I would have rather it be magical chainsaws.
I mean, we do get a chainsaw-type weapon in Devil May Cry 5. It's dual-wielded chainsaws made out of split halves of a motorcycle.
That's... Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 2, Beast Castle. Dude, you know what would be kind of amazing?
What?
If the chainsaws, like, the motorcycle chainsaw things can be wielded like gauntlets.
I mean, we do get gauntlet weapons in pretty much every Devil May Cry game, so that would be kind of redundant.
Motorcycle chainsaw gauntlets are not redundant, sir!
It's not just chainsaws made out of motorcycles. If you buy the right upgrades, you can ride the motorcycle.
Wait,
as
you get
an
to ride
attack.
You get to ride a motorcycle chainsaw.
Yes, the wheels are the chainsaw blades.
That sounds metal as hell!
It's extremely metal, especially considering that it's not even like your typical devil arm where it's like the soul of a demon taken weapon form. It's pieces of living metal from another demon's armor that bonded with a nearby crashed motorcycle.
So, what you're saying is he's sideways.
Yeah, it's, without the dimension hopping reality warping shenanigans.
So he's a transformer.
I mean, technically that could fit into Transformers lore if you're going by the Bayformers canon, where they said that Transformers are made out of a living metal called Transformium. And Sideways appears in one of the Transformers movies. Except he's treated with absolutely no fanfare whatsoever, so it's a complete fucking waste. He's just the opening fight scene character that gets killed off and barely has any dialogue. He has he did more interesting things in his takeover of the Aspector Prime segment than he did in his movie, because they used his movie design just because that was the thing they were promoting at the time, but they used that Aspector Prime for him to, like, tie all sorts of bizarre canon together in ways that you would never think of.
Wait, is that a Iron Maiden he's gonna beat you with?
He's using an iron... These enemies use an Iron Maiden that shoots ghosts out of it as a projectile attack.
That is so crazy!
Yeah,
Why
Devil May Cry 3
small?
is where they started getting really good with the demon designs.
Bro! This... Dude, Iron Maiden of Ghosts sounds like a metal band.
How do you feel about the fact that the Grim Reaper is just a recurring mini-boss in this game? And that's without factoring in the Hellkina enemies that are like your basic runs that look like the Grim Reaper. Like there's... I can't remember what the actual name for it, I just call it the Grim Reaper because it looks like your stereotypical depiction of the Grim Reaper. I never bother to memorize most Devil May Cry demon names because they're not... Until DMC Devil May Cry, they didn't actually name them in-game unless you looked at the in-game bestiary.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say
movies are so mind-numbing, yeah. They get progressively worse as it was clear that there was no sort of plan for where the series was gonna go, and Michael Bay's a fucking terrible director.
So you're telling me to watch the rest of the movies high?
What I'm telling you is don't watch any of them except for Bumblebee.
I mean, I seen the first one, and I did enjoy the first one.
The first one is the best one of the Michael Bay directed lineup, mostly because it's the least terrible. It's still not a good movie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I was about the Grim Reaper, that's how I felt, and Fanboy basically brought up Billy and Mandy, and that was...
Billy.
Well, yeah, I was going to bring that up, but I also wanted to say that my favorite depiction of the Grim Reaper is from Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Oh, yeah, Death in Castlevania is great.
I love how the Grim Reaper is portrayed in the Castlevania games. Which one... I know Nika would know this one, but which one did the Grim Reaper combine with Dracula?
I have no idea, because I haven't played all the Castlevania games. I'm a Castlevania fan that barely plays Castlevania games, so I'm terrible.
Yeah, I know Nico would know 100%. He could name it, like, boom, right on the spot. Like, Nico's an ultimate Castlevania fan.
I mean, yeah, he's like the fucking lore master of Castlevania. And, I haven't seen Castlevania Season 4 yet, but I do know that Death appears in that season. And I know how they portrayed him to, like, work him into the plot without directly making him Dracula's servant like he is in the games. Because, spoilers for Castlevania Season 2, Dracula dies in Season 2. And it's treated as like a permadeath. Because Dracula's more of a tragic character in the Castlevania Netflix series.
Yeah. If you want a good Castlevania to start, I would recommend Super Castlevania 4, Castlevania Symphony of the Night, Aria of Sorrow.
I would recommend playing
or
Rondo of Blood before playing Symphony of the Night, because Symphony of the Night literally opens at the ending of Rondo of Blood.
I forgot about Rondo of Blood. Yeah,
like,
Super
it was,
Castlevania...
I didn't play Symphony of the Night when it came out, because I was, like, 4 years old. But the fact that Rondo of Blood didn't get a proper Western release outside of the Super Nintendo sister game that's not exactly a port of Rondo of Blood, was the closest we got until Dracula X Chronicles, left a lot of people confused.
Yeah, like, definitely, hey, let me rephrase that. Super Castlevania 4 into Rondo of Blood into Symphony of the Night. Because from there, I would say Aria of Sorrow. No,
Actually, I would say, like,
if
if you're looking to get into the Castlevania series, I would say start with Super Castlevania 4, then Rondo of Blood, Symphony of the Night, and then just play everything in the order they were released after that.
Yeah, because I still need to play Portrait of Ruin and Aria of Sorrow. Like, I played Dawn of Sorrow.
Is there remasters for it?
God.
There's a really handy collection that Konami released. I know, fuck Konami, but this is the closest you're going to get to any new Castlevania content until the magical day that Konami gets their heads out of their asses. But, like, there's a really good HD collection that includes all the classic era games, like all the NES games, Super Castlevania 4, 2 of the Game Boy games, as well as the parody side games that are semi-canon because they introduce a recurring super boss, Galamoth, which are the Kid Dracula games. And then there's the Advanced Collection that came out, like, last year that contains all the Game Boy Advance games. People are hoping for a DS game collection, but there's no word on that yet.
Like, I love Donasauro and Order of Valencia. They were wonderful games.
And then there's Castlevania Requiem, which includes Rondo of Blood translated into English and with an English dub, because it's the exact same version that was included in Dracula X Chronicles. And Symphony of the Night, but I will caution you that the version of Symphony of the Night that's included in the Castlevania Requiem collection, which for whatever reason is PS4 exclusive, there's not even a Steam version of it, is based on the retranslated, slightly updated, and completely redubbed version of Symphony of the Night that was a bonus unlockable in Dracula X Chronicles. So you're not going to hear any of the very famous lines that have become memes in the Requiem collection, because it uses a much more flowery translation as opposed to the much more literal translation that was in the PS1 version.
Die, monster!
Yeah, there's no die. Die monster, you don't belong in this world is not in Requiem, because they translated it to sound like more serious, and yeah, it works better at being able to take it seriously, but the Narm charm is what makes Castlevania Symphony of the Night so fun. Plus, no one can top Robert Belgrade as the voice of Alucard. No, I don't like Yuri Lowenthal as Alucard. It sounds like him trying to do a slightly older Sasuke.
Who's the Mega Man Burger? Here's me going off about Scarecrow again, but Death's voice actor in the show, Malcolm
Death's
McDowell,
voice actor.
really
Death's voice actor in the Castlevania animated series on Netflix is Malcolm McDowell.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I do know I like the chick, the wears the blue.
Lenore? No, Sypha.
Sypha, there we go.
Because they both wear blue.
She's the one with the Scottish accent.
Lenore's the one with the Scottish accent.
Okay.
Sypha has a Lenore just has kind of like kind of vaguely English-sounding accent, but Sypha has a very Hispanic-sounding accent. Because she's voiced by a Hispanic voice actress.
It's Symphony of the Night for the PlayStation 1, the original release.
The game with some amazingly, what are games with some amazingly bad VA that you love? Apart from Symphony of the Night PS1, Resident Evil PS1, that's legendary. Fucking legendary.
You were almost a Jill sandwich.
You were almost a Jill sandwich. Like, everyone memes on Barry Burton's dialogue because he's so infinitely quotable due to his awkwardly translated lines. But, like, no one talks about, no one except for Some Call Me Johnny talks about Chris's scenario when he sees Tyrant for the first time. And, like, he starts laughing at, how Wesker's planning to use this fucking deformed monstrosity as his key to, world domination. And then, oh, good night, Cobalt Rogue. And, Albert and Wesker, in a very stark contrast to how he was portrayed in later games, is like, Chris, stop it! Like, he's genuinely offended that his master plan is getting laughed at.
So, I have a game that you're going to appreciate. I will say, there's not too many lines spoken, except when you do combos and the odd scene here and there. Legend of Dragoon.
Legend of Dragoon, yeah. There's barely any voice acting in it, but what voice acting there is so gloriously cheesy.
Oh, yes. Like, Volcano! Double slash!
Double slash!
Yo, how did the first two combos sound completely different?
Let's see, what was another one? What was another,
More and more!
More and more! Astral Gaze!
Harpoon!
Harpoon!
Dude, I'm surprised Harpoon isn't a meme now.
Spinning blade!
Explosion!
Explosion! Ah!
Oh, Dimension Gate. Oh, that's another one. Oh, man.
No, it's not
Spinning
Astral
Gaze.
Gaze, it's Astral Drain.
Astral
It's
Drain.
been a long time since I played Legend of Dragoon, and that's a game I
No.
love, but I've never actually beaten because it's so fucking long.
No, I was thinking Death Dimension, the second spell.
You
Or
weren't the
third
biggest fan
spell.
of the Castlevania Netflix show. From what I've seen of the Castlevania Netflix show, Season 1 is a slow burn. Season 2 is fucking fantastic. Season 3 kind of meanders a lot and doesn't really have any clear through line.
Let me
Because
ask you a
it's trying to tell like 4 or 5 different stories at once and constantly has to shift perspectives. And I haven't seen Season 4 yet.
What is your favorite depiction of Dracula? Both you and Shax.
I mean, Castlevania Dracula is my favorite Dracula. Because they managed to take a character... Later, I would say later Castlevania depictions of Dracula. Like Symphony of the Night, cheesy dialogue aside, is the one that kind of introduced the concept of him being a tragic villain rather than just evil for evil's sake.
Mine is Blackula.
Oh, you know, apart from Castlevania Dracula, for like the sympathetic, dramatic take on him, I also love the Billy and Mandy Dracula, where he's
Yes.
Blackula mixed with Red Fox.
Yes.
Dracula don't suck. Dracula scrape and lick.
Dracula! Suck the poison out!
Nah, Dracula don't suck. But
Dracula!
you're a vampire. Vampires suck. Blood. Nah, see, that's a myth. Dracula don't suck. Dracula scrape and lick.
Dracula!
Scrape and lick.
Oh,
Dracula,
God.
sorry you got so ugly. Dracula gonna break you up into 2 groups, ugly and dummy. You a dummy, you ugly, you ugly, you ugly, you a dummy. You ugly, you a dummy, you ugly, you ugly, you ugly, and you a dummy.
Oh, yeah.
Billy and Mandy is such a goated show, yeah. I'm Facebook friends with the creator of Billy and Mandy, believe it or not, Maxwell Adams. It's a shame that his Netflix series never came into fruition, because it had some promise. Not the series he funded on Kickstarter, Dead Meat. He ended up having to cancel it because like production just fell apart, and he felt terrible about having to cancel it because he had spent so much money on it that he couldn't even refund the people who funded it.
Yeah, can we also talk about how, what was his name? Greg Eagles, right?
Yeah,
how
Greg
he
Eagles.
also did an amazing Aku.
Yeah, he would. Mel Winkler is like the definitive Aku Aku to me, but Greg Eagles was a great replacement for Mel Winkler. Like, he sounds similar enough to Mel Winkler that's not a jarring change, but he still manages to give Aku Aku his own distinct voice.
I would love to meet him.
He's also the voice of Gray Fox and Donald Anderson in the PS1 version of Metal Gear Solid 1. In the Twin Snakes, he was replaced by, as I've mentioned before, fucking Yakko Warner himself, Rob Paulson, of all people.
Dude, I just saw something hilarious. Get Rob Paulson and Greg Eagles together to do those character voices and have an argument. It was the best.
I mean, he's done stuff like that before. He has a podcast where he gets other voice actors to show up and do like skits with him. There's the only clip I've seen of it is where he had the voice actor for Uncle Ruckus on there, and they read the Argument Clinic skit from Monty Python's Flying Circus, where Uncle Ruckus was the patient at the Argument Clinic, and Rob Paulson was doing his Pinky voice as the person working at the Argument Clinic.
Oh, this sounds amazing.
Kind of a shame his Aku Aku didn't do too much, yeah. I never played, like, the Crash of the Titans and Mind Over Mutant games. I'm planning on playing them, eventually for, my review series that I'm working on. I'm planning on, like, going through and playing all the mainline Crash games.
I think, Caddy said, between Mind Over Mutant and Clash of the Titans, Mind Over Mutant was supposed to be better, I think, he said.
Most people agree that Mind Over Mutant is better than Crash of the Titans, mostly just for its really unique cutscenes where, like, they're all presented as important plot scenes, but they're presented in completely different animation styles every time.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Like, the opening cutscene is presented as a puppet show. There's a scene that's presented as, like, a kid show a cheaply animated Flash cartoon for kids. There's a cutscene that's presented as, like, one of those really cheap superhero cartoons from the 60s.
I do have a question.
There's one that's presented in the style of fucking South Park.
Which one was supposed to have a character called Hot Cocoa?
That wasn't a character, but there was a level in Crash Bandicoot Warped called Hot Cocoa. There was a scrapped evil version of Coco from Twinsanity, who made it into animatics, but had to be cut due to time constraints. But she was just going to be called Evil Coco.
Okay. So yeah, I that's what I was thinking about. I don't know why I thought Hot Cocoa.
Like, I'm not she was supposed to be like a dominatrix Coco.
I'm not a furry, but Misa.
Like, Twinsanity is where I feel the shift into a more humorous direction really came in. Like, Crash Bandicoot was always inspired by Looney Tunes, first and foremost. But, they didn't really play into the humorous side of, a Looney Tunes-inspired character until Twinsanity. Also, if you played Twinsanity, you'll know that there's a cutscene where Cortex almost refers to Nina Cortex as his daughter instead of his niece, implying that Cortex fucked at some point.
I do have another question now.
Or maybe it's like a Metal Gear Solid 1 Meryl scenario where if you don't know what I'm talking about with Metal Gear Solid 1 Meryl, Colonel Campbell says throughout the game that Meryl is his niece, but in the ending where she dies, and this ends up being canon, is that she's actually his daughter, and that he had an affair with his brother's widow after his brother died. So maybe it's a situation where he's both her uncle and her father.
Maybe.
I can't, by the way, Mega Man Burger, this is completely unrelated to the joke you were trying to make, but I can't take, any reading of The Rubber Broke seriously ever since I heard the original version of 1985. Not by Bowling for Soup, their version is fucking trash! But, the original version by SR-71, where, part of the second verse goes, asked herself what happened to me, and then one of the other band members chimes in from the background, "The rubber broke!"
You sure know how to throw a party.
Well, let me ask you a question. When you end up doing Crash Bandicoot 1, are you going
That's
to
probably
do...
gonna be one of my first reviews.
Are you going to do the Stormy Ascent?
No, because you have to hack it into the game to access it. I'm going to be re-reviewing the PlayStation 1 versions and playing each game in chronological order rather than starting out with the Insane Trilogy.
Ah, I get you.
Because I feel like that's the better way to chronicle the evolution of the series.
Are you going to do Stormy Ascent on...
I'm definitely going to do Stormy
Insane.
Ascent for Insane Trilogy because I've already beaten Stormy Ascent twice and gotten the gem on 2 separate playthroughs where I 100%ed all 3 games on Crash Insane Trilogy.
I'm gonna fight you. I still haven't gotten the gem on that level.
Stormy Ascent is hard, but, like, it's all about timing.
Patience.
It's all about patience and timing.
Yeah, it's, believe it or not, as someone who loves Crash Bandicoot 1, once I get to Stormy Ascent, my patience is just gone.
Stormy Ascent, I have no patience for the PS1 version of Crash 1. I feel like I'm not usually of the opinion where, like, I'll say that a remake or a remake of a game that's still faithful to the originals, like Crash Insane Trilogy, I usually don't say, like, oh, this is a replacement for the original, because I feel like usually both versions have their merits. But when I'm talking to newcomers to the series, I'm like, no, play the Insane version of Crash 1 instead, because unless you're playing on emulator and don't feel bad about using save states like I do, like, I don't like using save states unless it's just a game that's bullshit hard. Crash 1 is just so poorly aged compared to 2 and 3 that I feel like it's just not worth going back to the PS1 version if you don't already have nostalgia for it.
I have nostalgia for it, so I'm safe for that.
Most of it comes down to the fact that the controls are dog shit, and the save system is overly strict.
I agree with you on that. And again, I agree with you with, if you are new to the Crash series, Insane Trilogy, 110%.
By the way, does Virgil's voice sound familiar to you, fellow Power Rangers fan?
Yeah.
That's the Quantum Ranger from Time Force.
Oh my god.
Yeah, this started a trend. This game started a tradition of Sparta-related characters being voiced by former Power Rangers actors.
That sounds amazing.
It's a weird tradition, and it's completely unintentional, but it's cool that it happened anyway. Because Johnny Young Bosch, who was the second Mighty Morphin Black Ranger, was the voice of Nero.
Oh.
And it even carries into DMC Devil May Cry, where Virgil in that game is voiced by RJ from Jungle Fury.
Holy snap, I did not know that.
Even Ruben Langdon, even though he didn't do any like major acting for Power Rangers, he did stunt work for it.
Oh.
And Ruben Langdon is the voice of Dante, starting with Devil May Cry 3. Devil May Cry 1 and 2, they changed voice actors each time because they changed dubbing companies.
Okay.
Where Devil May Cry 1, the voice actors were based in Canada, while in Devil May Cry 2, the voice actors were based in, I want to say either San Francisco or Los Angeles. I can't remember. And if you look at the voice cast for Devil May Cry 1, you'll see that some of those actors were in the deep dub of Sailor Moon.
Oh my god. I like the deep dub, honestly.
Like,
unironically, I like it.
Like, if I remember correctly, the voice of Tuxedo Mask voices a couple of the bosses in Devil May Cry 1. But you would never know it's him because they, like, heavily pitch shift and distort his voice.
Where's your motivation?
I should have filled your Dark Soul with light! Yeah. I don't want to harp on DMC1 Dante's voice actor too much for that delivery because I don't think there's any convincing way to deliver that line.
I think he probably did. He did it the most convincing way.
Like, most of the humor from it isn't that's necessarily a bad delivery. It's that his voice cracks in the middle of it.
Like, we brought this up before, and then it has the same energy as what am I fighting for?
I mean, yeah, it's a very similar scene, and the intention behind it is very similar. But unlike What Am I Fighting For, as has been shown by a later fan dub by Lucas Gilbertson, the voice of Zero from X8 through Maverick Hunter X, that line can be delivered convincingly.
Oh yeah, I heard it.
I should have been the one to fill your Dark Soul with light. That's just something that's so awkwardly written that I don't think even the most talented voice actor in the world could make that sound convincing.
Probably the best way to put it is, I should have wanted to purify your Dark Soul or something like that.
And without strength, you can.
That's just my guess, though.
Like, it's also like how a lot of Resident Evil 1's like bad voice acting isn't necessarily due to the actors being bad. It's more so due to the dialogue being so clunkily written that nobody could make it sound good. Oh, and also, going back to the topic of bad voice acting in great video games, Chris is a character I've learned to love in Resident Evil 1, even though for the longest time I didn't play Chris's campaign at all. Mostly because Chris gets a lot of cheesy one-liners that rival Barry's one-liners, and the fact that he shares a voice actor with Richter Belmont from Symphony of the Night.
Oh, you just reminded me of something.
Yeah?
Another, I keep forgetting and losing it. It was with, bad voice acting.
I see a devil inside you has awakened.
Shit.
By the way, if you've ever seen,
For the moment,
like,
we have all
I feel this is a comparison that I feel like not enough people make, but the dynamic between Dante and Virgil always makes me think of Inuyasha and Sesshomaru, because they have a very similar dynamic of sharing at least one parent and being diametrically opposed to each other because one embraces his demonic heritage and the other embraces his human heritage.
Yeah.
And one is just like naturally gifted, like tons of powers through having like noble goals, while the other one seeks out power through manipulating people or just like seeking out dangerous artifacts.
Arikado, you know if someone tries to squish you in your coffin, you would almost be an Arikado sandwich.
I don't know how far we're going to get in this game tonight, but I don't feel like stopping just yet, because this is where the game really starts to get interesting, because this is canonically, even though Devil Trigger has been available pretty much from the start of every game before this, you don't get Devil Trigger until after the first Virgil fight, because canonically, Dante hasn't awakened his demonic power yet. Until he gets impaled with his own sword, which was inherited from his father.
Jesus Christ, this is just Inuyasha still.
Yeah. There's a lot of parallels with Inuyasha that I feel like not enough people point out.
Because remember, Inuyasha got his sword to Saiga by having his the portal in his right eye, I think it was, taking out.
It was, I think it was his left eye, actually.
Left eye, thank you. And then they went in it, and that's how he got to Saiga, basically.
Yeah.
And it's similar to how Shuru got to Sega.
There's also the fact that both brothers inherited swords from their father. One brother, who is got red as his primary color scheme, gets a big sword, while the other brother, who has more blues in his color scheme, gets a katana.
Yeah, and I also like the thing that the one that embraces demon side, and so he doesn't go on a rampage, gets the one that heals. I like that, actually.
Yeah, except Virgil's sword, Yamato, doesn't have healing powers. Instead, its power is cutting through dimensions. And because of its ability to cut through dimensions, it can't just it's not just being able to send out dimensional rifts as attacks or be a quick teleportation move. It also acts as a way to unseal hell gates.
So it still kind of has that, once again, that parallel with Shimaru.
Yeah. Except Virgil doesn't have any jealousy over the sword that Dante inherited, because he's more than content with only using Yamato, even though he still seeks his father's sword, Sparta, which contains Sparta's full power.
Yeah, I still want to say this, though. The whole fact that he gave to Sega to Shishimaru, it really shows that, while yes, the father fully embraces demon side, still loves humans, to an extent, at least.
Oh my god, Dante just got bored.
Oh god.
This is actually my least favorite level in the game, because it has a really shitty boss.
Huh. You know what could have made this boss fight better?
What?
Make it a platypus.
I mean, the boss is you're just fighting the heart of the Leviathan monster that you're inside of, but it's a pain in the ass to fight, because it's you can't damage the heart until you break its shield by draining the health bar of one of the two other organs on the side, one of which drains red orbs, and the other one drains your devil trigger, and both can attack, and you can still get attacked at the same time, and enemies are constantly spawning. It's just a fucking mess. But this is the first level where you get access to Devil Trigger.
You know what this level reminds me of?
Jabu Jabu's belly.
Yes, but also I was going to say, Monstro from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
Fight Perry the Platypus. Honestly, a platypus boss would be kind of badass.
A platypus demon would be just about the only thing they haven't turned into a demon yet in Devil May Cry. Also, I will be right back. I need to pee.
Okay, I'll keep Chad entertained. But yeah, I could honestly see a platypus boss working where it somehow shoots venom out because it does have venom. Yeah, I think that would be interesting. Have it give it a ground pound attack with its tail. I think that would also be kind of fun. Oh my gosh, a hippo. Oh man. If you're fighting a hippo, it has to be a hungry hippo. Did you fight with Perry in Kingdom Hearts 4? Heartless Perry. Heartless Perry the platypus! How did you find me? I cannot do Dr. Doofus smirts. Yeah. Even some elephants can be real jerks. The heart shape. Oh, that's so. Wait, that one would hold on. That's would that be in Pride Lands? I think.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Excuse me.
Can we talk about how Dan Povenmire accidentally got a whole bunch of stuff right about platypuses that even scientists didn't know yet at the time that Phineas and Ferb debuted? Like, he's done a video about it, and it's shocking how many things he just made up about platypuses just to make Perry seem weird when he's just a regular pet.
Yeah, I saw the TikTok.
And, like, he didn't intend for those to be actual facts about platypuses. Like, he got the sound that platypuses make right when he didn't even know if platypuses made sounds. And even Perry being green is still technically correct, because it was recently discovered within, like, the past year or so that platypuses have a form of bioluminescence where they glow green.
Phineas in 3. There is a Phineas in 3D though. There's a Phineas in Ferb games. I'm pretty sure. Let me double check.
Front-facing Phineas isn't real. He can't hurt you.
Yes, there's
Yeah, there's Phineas and Ferb games. I just don't know if they're 3D.
I'm checking right now, actually.
At most, I think they're 2.5D. Because, like, shows based on, Disney TV... Games based on Disney TV shows tend to not have enough budget to do, like, full 3D platformers. It's mostly the movie games that tend to get the bigger budgets.
Yeah, I think it... Oh my gosh, PSP Vita Isabelle!
Front-facing Phineas better than front-facing Pearl. Yeah, front-facing Pearl is cursed too.
I'm putting this in the general section of the group. So your server. So if anyone wants to see Isabelle, I'm just double checking. Cause a lot of stuff is this like it's kind of based off the show, so it's not really like front facing. I mean, this is a costume that's kind of scary.
I'm trying to think of other characters that look extremely cursed from the front. There's like one more in my head that like I know there's another. I just can't remember who it is.
Yeah, the closest thing to a front-facing thing is from a Disney Infinity.
Apart from every Simpsons character, because shows where characters are usually shown at a, like, 3/4 perspective always look cursed when shown from the front. It's especially jarring in Family Guy, because that show already has such bad art and animation.
Okay. There's a... Oh my god.
Thoughts on Epic Mickey? Haven't played it. But, I like the concept of it, at the very least. I just haven't had a chance to play it yet. Because, like I said, I'm not a big Disney guy, so I've never really been interested in, especially Mickey Mouse.
So, I just found something shocking.
Yeah?
There is a Phineas and Ferb, front-facing Phineas Twitter account.
That's amazing.
The only thing is, because Disney Plus has it where you can't capture footage from footage anymore, the screen goes black. So it's been dead for 2 years.
Aww.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Trying to find the games I really can't tell, but I did find one where Phineas looks racist as heck via cultural appropriation. Yo, okay. Front-facing Phineas looked like he's trying to do the racist Asian face thing.
Oh, yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And at least 2 pictures I've seen.
Yeah. Like, by the way, I love this detail about this level, even though I don't like the level very much. This area we're in right now looks just like, you know, any other chamber. Except when you go here, you are right behind the Leviathan's eyeball.
Oh. Oh. Also, I did find the game where it's front-ish. Still like 3/4, but it's near front-ish.
Stab it, you can't. It's just a piece of background decoration. You can't actually interact with it.
Epic Mickey. I never played Epic Mickey. I have a demo for Epic Mickey 2, and I just couldn't get into it. I think it would be a fun game to play with someone.
To my understanding, Epic Mickey 2 is actually best played on the Wii, believe it or not. Because it was designed for the Wii, and then all the other console versions were ports.
Yeah, I think I played the PS3. Yeah, if we ever play Epic Mickey 2, we gotta play that together.
Epic Mickey 2 is also trash. I've heard that. I've heard that the worst way to play it is on the Wii U, which is funny because it was like a Wii U launch title, I think. And yet, it's still the most unoptimized version. It barely functions. That's how unoptimized it is. Which is weird when you think about it, because the Wii U, hardware-wise, is literally just, like, 4 GameCubes duct taped together. Considering that the Wii hardware was basically 2 GameCubes duct taped together, and the Wii U is basically just double the processors that the Wii had.
So hold on, let me ask you a question. If I get my PS4, my PS3, and both my PS2s, right?
Yeah.
I can have a PS11.
I mean, people have beaten you to that kind of joke when, like...
I know. PS5.
With, like, the memes about, like, duct taping a PS2 to a PS3 and saying that you have a PS5.
Yeah, I know.
That's a joke that's been going back even before the PS5 came out. Every time there's a new PlayStation, people make the joke of duct taping 2 previous PlayStations together that add up to the current number.
Yeah. I kind of want to return that joke by duct tape, not actually duct taping, but duct taping all of my game consoles, saying I have a Super X, PlayStation, Genesis, Saturn, I don't fucking know.
I mean, at that point, you would be better off asking Richard Deleuze to make you a Super Gen Atari. That's actually a combo console that he made before the advent of, like, dual Famiclones, or Famiclones that also act as Genesis clones and stuff like that. Like, he took the innards from a NES, a Super Nintendo, a Genesis, and an Atari 2600, and stuck them all in one shell that's about the size of a fucking coffee table.
I'm going to Nintendo, you're hacking your Wii, so you can't bring your Wii U to Japan. Yeah, I mean,
the way the Japanese modding law works is a little misunderstood by a lot of people. It's not that modding your console is illegal, it's commercial services for modding your console are illegal.
Yeah, I honestly hate that law because it made things like Katsu Kitty have to go out of business.
Yeah, now there's only like one company left that does 3DS capture board installs, and because of that, they're not able to keep up with the demand anymore. Like, they've been out of stock all damn year.
Yeah, and there's that one guy who basically stopped doing it altogether.
Yeah, it was Loopy and Katsukitty were the 2 previous
Loopy stopped
go-to guys for 3DS capture boards.
Yeah, Loopy stopped, sadly.
Loopy stopped, Katsukitty legally had to stop. So now, like, unless you're willing to wait a long-ass time just to see if there's a chance of you getting on the wait list for a 3DS capture board from the one guy who still does it, your better option for 3DS capture without resorting to emulation is the streaming capture method, but that requires a new 3DS, because the regular 3DS doesn't have a powerful enough CPU for the capture to work properly. The most you'll get on a bog standard 3DS is like 1 frame per second.
Yeah, I wish I could record from my. Well, I wish I could record my regular DS and stuff, but hey, it is what it is.
I mean, the only guy left who sells 3DS capture boards, he also does DS capture boards. And he's prioritizing those right now, from what I can tell.
Bye tomorrow. Okay, fanboy. Get some sleep. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, fanboy. Thanks for showing up.
You know what this boss fight is making me feel?
What?
Hungry.
Why?
I want some fish.
But it's not a whale, it's the Leviathan.
Okay, I can go for some unagi.
It's not an eel. It's not any kind of aquatic creature. Like, it's supposed to be like the biblical Leviathan, which is a dragon.
Okay, what's that, that chart newt? Okay, being genuine though, chart newt is actually supposed to be like really beneficial to your health. And I am actually curious about chart newt though. Like it's supposed to have like the consistency of like beef jerky. Actually, beef jerky sounds really good right about now too. Like a dry aged beef jerky.
I've never had beef jerky before, believe it or not.
It's just really chewy beef. Like Slim Jims of like the really cheap stuff. I've had some premium beef jerky, but I don't remember the company.
Jack
Like
Link's.
there's no better than that. Like that's commercial. I'm talking about like some niche backwater country type one. Like there's YouTube channels dedicated to discussing this, and they could do a lot better of a job than I can. They could tell you like which one is far better and such.
People once cried out in fear of this tower. Timonic grew.
Like I do recommend going for the mesquite barbecue flavor ones, or the mesquite flavor ones in general.
Barbecue flavor anything.
Yeah, those are the ones I would recommend going for because they have a little bit more heat to them.
I mean, I like mesquite barbecue flavor because mesquite barbecue is like what we have here in North Carolina.
Yeah, like it's basically a barbecue sauce that has heat to it without being overpowering or
Except
masking the
if you're
taste.
going for like proper North Carolina style barbecue, you're not looking at like a red sauce. You're looking at a vinegar-based sauce.
Yeah, but it still has heat to it though. That's my main thing about a mesquite, a good mesquite.
Yeah, like it's got a smoky flavor to it. That's my
smoky heat. That's probably the best way to put it.
Not just pure heat, because then you might as well just go with hot sauce.
Not really hot sauce. At that point I would say the ones that are with peppers, like habanero flavor.
Yeah,
but they're still smoked. Like beef jerky itself, in general, are smoked. But I've had some habanero ones that are delicious as well. But at that point, if you're doing that, I say go mesquite habanero at that point. But not everyone can do with the heat.
Yeah, I'm very sensitive to heat.
So a mesquite one might be the way you want to go. You definitely want to look up other YouTubers and their thought processes on beef jerky.
Like, I can't even handle hot Cheetos. Then again, I don't like Cheetos to begin with, so it wouldn't matter.
I've never had hot Cheetos. Like, I never even had Takis before either.
So this is the next stage.
Wait!
I think I'll probably play this level and then I'll call it a night, because I've been streaming for over 3.5 hours now.
I'll make it a point not to go out with women who shoot me in the head.
Date a demon? I'm not that desperate. Besides, I really don't care for guys who stink like blood.
By the way, for the record, I don't ship Dante with anyone in Devil May Cry canon, but I feel like Lady would probably be the best fit for him, but there's still canonical reasons why they're not a couple.
Tell me, what's your name?
I don't have a name.
Okay, then what should I call you?
I don't care. Whatever you want.
Whatever, lady.
And there we go. There's where she got her name from.
Yep.
I'll leave this to you, because I don't want to miss the party.
Who counted on you anyway?
Thanks. Alright, probably... Since I know what boss is coming up here, I'm gonna swap out Agni and Rudra for Cerberus.
Oh, you about to go nunchaku.
Not just nunchucks, they're ice nunchucks.
Burr nunchaku.
Like, I love how, the devil arms in this game are all element-based. Except for, Rebellion, of course. That's just your standard sword. But
Yeah.
you get ice nunchucks, you get, twin fire and wind swords.
Mm-hmm.
After you beat this stage's boss, you get a literal electric guitar.
Okay, now you're making me think,
That also turns into a scythe.
Okay, you're really making me think Light Pop Chainsaw right now. The rocker that yelled up profanity and it came out.
Oh yeah, Zed.
Yeah.
Voiced by convicted sex offender Jimmy Urine.
If only it wasn't convicted villain. But Mega Man Burger asks, weird question, but what
about like crossover ships? The obvious one is Dante and Bayonetta.
Yeah, that's the same.
They would play off each other so well.
Oh yeah. Okay, you know who I think I can see as friends? Lady and Revy, because they don't give a shit about anything. They'll shoot you in the face for anything.
Lady kind of loses that personality trait after this game. She lightens up a lot more, starting with Devil May Cry 4.
Okay, but Devil May Cry 3 Lady, because I can see being friends with Revy. I mean, I can also see them getting on each other's nerves, trying to outgun each other. Then later on being impressed, and that's how they become friends. Oh, I think Big Man Burger agrees with me on that.
Yeah. I haven't seen Black Lagoon, so I can't say one way or the other.
I've only seen, like, bits of it. But,
like,
also...
the most exposure I've had to Black Lagoon is, like, tons of, screenshots of Revy, and a piece of, Katawa Shoujo fan art where it was Hanako dressed as, Balalaika.
You know what I was thinking about? Dante, I could see also being friends with not only Vash the Stampede, but Spike from Cowboy Bebop and Gene from Outlaw Star. I can see them all being like bros.
I haven't seen enough of Cowboy Bebop and Outlaw Star to be able to say one way or the other. I could see Trish being friends with Faye Valentine.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Like, the reason I say Spike, Gene, and Vash, they all kind of have this carefree aura about them, you know?
I haven't seen Trigun, so...
He has a tragic past, but he's kind of carefree. I haven't seen the new one though.
Is the new one even out?
I think so, but maybe Japan only. I don't know.
Like, wasn't that just announced like a couple months ago?
Yeah, I have no idea, honestly. It might be November if it comes out. So I don't know if they retconned anything.
I've got such a massive anime backlog right now that I'm not even keeping up with what's currently airing.
Dude,
because I know they'll just get added to the backlog anyway.
Dude, Higurashi, the entirety of Gundam, Transformers. Which we still gotta watch Headhunter together. I mean, Headmasters.
Headmasters, yeah. I still need to watch. I need to get caught up on season 2 of Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. I watched the first episode and then just stopped watching, not because I didn't like it, but because other shit was going on in my life.
No problem.
I still need to watch Dot Hack Roots. I still need to watch Radiant Stalking.
I actually have the DVD for that.
So do I. I just haven't fucking watched it yet.
I also got the show for Legend of the Twilight, the bracelet thing.
Yeah, Legend of the Twilight.
Yeah, I want to sit down and rewatch like the entirety.
I've heard that as far as Dot Hack media goes, Legend of the Twilight isn't really required viewing.
It's skippable. The only thing that it brings up would be the new class that will be seen in Roots.
GU.
Yeah, GU Roots.
Yeah.
Also, the GU anime, the CG movie, is not needed to be seen, as you play the same exact scenes in the video game.
Yeah, and they had to compress down 3 RPGs into a single hour-and-a-half movie.
Yeah.
And that's not going to work.
Yeah, dude, when I saw it, I was like, they turned GU into a movie? Saw it, and I I didn't even finish it.
Like, to my understanding, the only thing the GU movie adds that wasn't in the GU games is a like, corrupted form for Haseo that's exclusive to the movie, but it's only in, like, one scene.
Yeah, I'm also... I still need to finish, GU, the video game, because, Part 4...
Yeah, I still haven't touched Part 4. Part 4 is only, like, a little over an hour long, from what I've heard. And it's mostly just like, hey, here's what happened after Volume 3, and it's set, like, within the last couple of days that the World Revision 2 was online before the world was just taken down and reformatted years later.
Yeah, the sequel to that would be,
Dot Hack
World. Oh, Dot Hack Link, then Dot Hack World. And Dot Hack World actually coincides another anime, and I can't think of it.
Dot Hack World's not a thing. You're thinking Dot Hack Link.
Sekai Ni, I have the DVD. It was a DVD video game combo.
Oh.
Yeah, Dot Hack Link was the PSP one.
Dot Hack Link was the PSP one, and that's the last, like, new revision of the world that we've seen.
Yeah, there was Dot Hack Link, and there was a sequel to that one also. Then there was like a little stage play tape thing that was actually on the disc for Dot Hack Sekai Nin something.
Oh, and don't forget, there's also Dot Hack Gift.
Oh yeah, there's also a prequel to actually Dot Hack Sekai Ni that led into it that coincides with the anime. That's what I'm thinking about. And then there was another one that I didn't finish, or I started one episode. I don't remember. Dot Hack does get a little confusing.
Yeah, it does. It's not a very beginner-friendly series.
Yeah, if you want to get into it, I definitely talk to me or Haseo, and we can help you out on where to start.
I don't go by Haseo anymore, remember?
Oh, sorry. Old habit. Sorry. Talk to me and Arikado about it.
You can talk to Nate about it too. Nate's a big Dot Hack fan.
Oh, I didn't know Nate was a fan of Dot Hack.
Yeah.
Definitely something. I'll definitely talk to him about it later then. Would love to hear some of his thoughts on music, characters, world building and such. Would definitely love to hear his thoughts on it. Favorite characters? Look, I know yours is Pi.
No, my favorite's not Pi.
Oh.
It's Tabby.
Oh, yeah.
Tabby's fucking adorable.
She has a wonderful personality, and I don't want to ruin anything because they talk about her in the game, and I don't want to ruin it for anyone who's interested. But
I mean, there's not much to spoil about Tabby that's game related, because she's a post-game party member.
Yeah, her post-game thing though is a continuation from her anime self, and
yeah, it's from
.hack
Roots. And she does some really cool things in .hack Roots that set up stuff that's become commonplace in .hack GU. Like, she's the one who establishes the meta kill.
Yeah. Like, she herself is just, you know...
She's just so adorable and lovable.
I was gonna say so pure.
And she's got bomb-ass titties.
Yeah, you already know who mine is.
Yeah, Alcade.
Yeah, I got so pissed when I'm like we get Arcade. Like, I was so excited, and then I'm like, holy crap, she can actually see this stuff. She's gonna be a new party member. She's gonna be part of the candidates. And
I was disappointed by Alcade, mostly because she's benched for like most of the trilogy.
Yeah, that's one of the
barely get to use her as a party member.
Dude, she has so much potential too.
Like, they build up like what could have been a budding romance between her and Haseo that's a lot more likable than him and Adelie.
I hated Adelie.
But then she's just gone from the story for most of the entire trilogy.
Like, I kind of felt it would have been more impactful to have Adelie kind of taken out. And,
I hate Adelie so much.
Yeah, I wish she was the one that went into the coma and not Alcade, because you could have had a lot more of romance, because Alcade could have been comforting Haseo from there, you know?
Yeah.
And I felt
it would
like
have been much more thematically appropriate, in my opinion. Like, one of my few problems with GU's plot is that I think it would have been more thematically appropriate for Adelie to be the one that he loses in Volume 2, because then it would have been like, this would have been my chance at redeeming me failing to save Shion. And I failed a second time, so that could send him into like a heroic BSOD that he has to come out of and finds like new resolve to fight even harder. But no, Adelie never really faces any hardship outside of her backstory.
Yeah, I really don't like
Like,
Adelie.
the most she gets is her voice disappearing.
Yep.
And she's also the most obnoxious boss to fight because she won't shut the fuck up.
She doesn't shut the fuck up in the end in the game either. It's
like,
always
it's not just that she
then.
won't shut the fuck up, it's that she spams the same 2 attacks the whole fight, which means you hear her repeating the same 2 lines the whole fight.
Stay away!
No, I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about the, why won't you look at me? Nobody ever looks at me! It's just that over and over again!
Yeah, if I ever live stream that fight, I'm just gonna mute it. But like, I want to save you guys. The pain. But yeah, like, it's also that that dude. She's always saying that dude's name, and I have to agree with Haseo in that game, because it's like, all you talk about this dude is always this dude. Shut up. Like, I agree.
You don't I mean, the fact that she talks about Sakaki a lot isn't a spoiler.
I can't remember his name. Like, I hate that character. Like, his character is so annoying to me.
Sakaki's a horrible... Like, he's also one of the things that I don't like in the .hack GU trilogy, because he keeps coming back after he should have been written out of the story by that point. Like, that entire PK tournament arc didn't need to be in Volume 3. It does nothing to advance the plot, and Sakaki is just, like, annoying at that point.
He was dude. I was annoyed by him in the part 1.
Like, I get that they wanted him to be a hateable character, so it's more satisfying when you kick his ass. But by that point, it's like, okay, you've already defeated him. Why do we need to do this again? It's literally the, it's almost literally the, how many times do we have to keep teaching you this lesson, old man meme, except we later find out that he's like a 10-year-old kid.
Yeah, and I think it was also, like, a bully as well. So he, like
he's just the world's most psychotic 10-year-old.
Mm-hmm. And if you think about it, it's really understanding on why Haseo really hates Sakaki. Tsubaki, where his fucking name is?
Sakaki.
I already forget. Yeah, Sakaki. Sakaka. There we go.
Sakaki, more like suck my cocky.
Do it yourself, you cowards. I know you just was looking at you're just like, no. I would have punched him in the face.
No, my answer is don't tempt me. I'm bisexual and starved for, attention.
I just need to practice yoga.
Speaking of, autofellatio, one of my favorite responses to a celebrity rumor ever was from, piece of shit Marilyn Manson, where, like, there was that really persistent rumor that he had 2 of his ribs removed so he could suck his own dick. And his response to that was, if I really did do that, then I wouldn't be making music, I'd be too busy sucking my own dick.
Okay, you know what the weirdest thing that was really a popular rumor in, like, every high school and middle school?
What?
The R&B singer Sierra had a dick.
I mean, there was also the rumor that Lady Gaga had a dick.
I don't remember that one too much. I remember the Sierra one. That was a persistent
rumor when Lady Gaga was first starting to gain popularity. And it all stemmed from, like, a concert where, like, the outfit she was wearing made it look like she had a bulge on her crotch. It was just, like, really unfortunate padding to prevent, like, anything too explicit from showing.
Yeah, I remember that now.
And her reaction to it was like, so what if I have it? Even if I did have a dick, so what?
It was the perfect reaction, and that's why it also died down so quickly. The one about Sierra lasted, like... I think she came out when I was in, like, 6th grade. It lasted for, like, 2 or 3 years. And everyone is like, who started that rumor and why did it happen? Like, no joke, people to this day are asking, how and why did that rumor start?
I mean, if you want another bizarre celebrity rumor that makes you wonder how it could have started, there was this another rumor about Marilyn Manson that he was actually like the neighbor best friend kid from Growing Pains. Which I haven't seen, so I wouldn't know that character's name. But the actor who played that kid is still very much alive today, and he's commented on it saying, no, I'm not Marilyn Manson, but I love that rumor. because it implies that I had a more interesting life than I actually did. Because, like, after growing pains, he grew up to become, like, a real estate agent or a lawyer or something.
Oh, see... Excuse me. Hey, you kids, stop destroying my bar! Oh,
yeah, this is a secret mission where we have to destroy all the destructible objects in the room within the very strict time limit. This is one of the few secret missions I can complete, but I always forget where, like, the last one or two destructible items are. And it gives you, like, just barely enough time to do it.
I was gonna say, like, so right now you're just basically grinding.
No, I'm not even grinding. I'm just retrying. I'm trying to beat this. I'm just bad at it.
Oh.
Like, secret missions reward you with a blue orb fragment at the end of each one if you complete them. And collecting 4 blue orb fragments gives you an increase to your health bar.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what this reminds me of?
What?
The bouncer. You fight in, you actually do fight in a bar. I actually would I think, hey, is that game 2 players or 1 player only?
I have no idea because I've never played the bouncer. I have it on my hard drive. I just haven't tried it out yet.
I actually remember I enjoyed playing it.
I heard that the bouncer is like a very love it or hate it game.
It's very basic, I'll tell you that right now.
It's very basic and it has a very short story, but like it requires multiple playthroughs to really get it.
Okay, here we go. Multiplayer. The bouncer supports the PlayStation 2 multi-tap accessory, and the game's multiplayer versus mode support up to 4 players simultaneously in the Battle Royale mode. The Royale can be played
so
by
it's just versus.
Player. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that would be fun to do a co-op though, wouldn't it?
I mean, co-op beat-em-ups are usually great. Beat-em-ups are best played in co-op, in my opinion.
Oh, I agree 100%. Like, probably the most fun beat-em-up I played as a duo was, I think it was Streets of Rage 2 on the PS3 I played it on.
Best co-op beat-em-up experience I've had, Simpsons Arcade.
Oh, but that's the arcade. That's dude, Turtles in Time.
I beat Turtles in Time all by myself on the arcade version.
Nice.
On a machine that didn't have free play.
Ooh, nice. But yeah, like,
it
Turtles
was
in
just
Time is
pure persistence and $20 worth of quarters that got me through that.
But yeah, dude. Simpsons, to me, Simpsons and Turtles in Time, technically, to me personally, it's like cheating. That's why I say Streets of Rage 2 is a classic. I forget who I played it with.
You know what one that is regarded as one of the best beat-em-ups of all, arcade beat-em-ups of all time, but like, it's very hard to experience it, partly due to licensing issues, and partly due to the best version of it being very rare.
Go to X.
X-Men Arcade.
Oh, I played that only once in my life, actually.
It's available through Arcade 1-Up now.
Oh.
But it's only the 4-player version, I think. The one that everyone wants to play but never got a chance to is the 6-player version.
Ooh.
Where just to accommodate 6 players on screen, it has a double width TV.
Ooh.
Okay, I don't think I'm gonna try this anymore. I'm just wasting time here. You still get more than enough health just by exploring normally.
Dude, I want to. Okay, that's.
Like, I always have to consult a video guide to find where every destructible object is in that secret mission, and I kind of can't do that on stream.
That's kind of how I am when it comes to Ratchet & Clank Gold Bolts. Like, there's one in Volcania, Valencia, whatever, the War World. And I always forget you can wall jump on the area in the beginning that you use puzzle scrambler thing.
Speaking of Ratchet & Clank, there's a pretty recent fan development that I thought might interest you.
Oh?
Someone has made a Ratchet & Clank 1 randomizer. Where it randomizes the order of the planets.
Oh, that can be broken pretty quickly. You would need to understand the glitch, how to glitch well.
I mean, that's typically how most randomizers are.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, oh man, like, 'cause the thing is, if you don't have the slingshot for some worlds or a certain puzzle, you can't complete the game.
Yeah.
So you need to understand how to, like, I can't even glitch that well, or do some of the speedrun tricks. Like, if he just gives you the puzzle stuff, that's understandable. This way
I don't know the specifics of it, I just saw a tweet about it.
Yeah, I would love to play that, though. Because that sounds like a lot of fun.
There's some randomizers that I would love to try out. I'm just too lazy to. Like,
I guess
I've been meaning to try out that Symphony of the Night randomizer.
Oh. Yeah, didn't Nico...
Yeah, Nico's going to be doing that as the finale to his October Castlevania stream marathon.
Yeah,
Dude's a god at Castlevania games, so I know for a fact he's going to get through, like, the classic Manias, you know, NES games through Rondo of Blood really quick.
I can even see him doing regular Symphony of the Night pretty quickly, too.
Dude is super good at hard games in general. He's even beaten the notoriously bullshit hard Who Framed Roger Rabbit for NES.
Oh, you told me about that. You were there for a live stream, for that.
No, it wasn't a live stream. He was just like, he streamed it to me personally, like while we were in a group call together, because like one of his friends dared him to do it.
Man, Nico's a Chad.
Yeah.
Dude, I kind of want to see if Nico would play Battletoads now.
He probably would. He probably would.
Well, I'm joking about that, but oh man, no, Bubsy 3D.
I mean, he has to play Bubsy 3D as part of that bet, but I have to play it too. The condition that I gave him so he would agree to playing Bubsy 3D is that he doesn't have to get the 100% ending.
No one should go for that.
Nitro Rad went for that, and that's more than enough for anyone to ever 100% Bubsy 3D. Because the 100% ending is a fucking slap in the face.
Mm-hmm. But you already know I'm looking forward to that stream.
Yeah.
Wasn't it great for the developers?
It's... Oh, look! An arrow! Aren't these game designers wonderful? I saw... Speaking of Bubsy 3D, I saw some extremely cursed Rouge the Bat fan art the other day, where it was, like, a mix between Bubsy and Rouge the Bat, because they both share a same voice actor.
Oh god. That's just like nightmare fuel.
I mean, it could be more cursed. It could have, if you want to count crossover between sexy female character, video game sex symbol, and Bubsy, that they could have done that would have been even more cursed. It could have been a crossover between Bubsy and Ivy from Soul Calibur.
Okay, get out my mind. I was just thinking that.
It was Bubsy with big badonkers wearing Rouge's outfit, but like still covered in thick orange fur.
God.
I honestly can't remember where I'm supposed to go. I know it's not here because I come here in the next level. I'll see if I can find that fan art again so I can curse both you and Mega Man Burger with it, since you both seem to be morbidly curious. But yeah, remember that Bubsy shares a voice actress. Bubsy from Bubsy 3D, to be specific, shares a voice actress with Ivy from Soul Calibur. And Professor Layton's sidekick also shares a voice actor with Bubsy from Bubsy 3D. Don't know the character's name because I've never played a Professor Layton game.
I haven't either.
Not much of a puzzle game guy, outside of Tetris and Dr. Robotnik's Mean Bean Machine.
Dude, we should totally play Kirby's Avalanche. Since it is 2 players.
I've been wasting so much time going to an area that I can't even access until the next stage when I was supposed to go this way. What is wrong with me?
You want...
Answer a lot of things.
There's more wrong with me, though.
See, this is what I like about Devil May Cry 3's environment design, is that sort of Metroidvania-like, where it's a whole bunch of interconnected areas, and you can see places that are clearly accessible, you just don't have the means to yet. Like, it's linear, so it's not quite Metroidvania, because it's completely linear. There's a very strict order that you have to go to places in. But it's got that Metroidvania sense of discovery to it that
These spiders have a Waldo feel to them.
Oh, just wait until you see the, bigger spider enemy that debuts, I think, in this room. And I know that you don't like spiders, so feel free to move away from the screen if you have to.
If anything, let me go get some water because I am thirsty. I'm also thirsty.
Okay.
So I'll mute myself so you don't hear the chair creaking.
Professor Layton was your first game ever. Damn, that makes me feel cool. My first game ever, not counting arcade games, but like my first console game was, not even first I owned, just like first I played, was Crash Bandicoot Warped. But the first one I ever owned was, Tarzan for PS1. Like, my PS1 was given to me as a, it was either a Christmas or birthday present, I can't remember which, but it came with a copy of Tarzan, because I was obsessed with the Disney movie at the time, and that, I also, at that same, whatever gift-giving event it was, got a Game Boy Color with the Game Boy Color version of Tarzan. And then the first game I ever bought from a store was Pokemon Red.
You know what's an underrated game on a DS?
What?
Diddy Kong Racing.
Yeah, considering that we're probably never going to get another Donkey Kong game that uses the rare characters again, because Nintendo are fucking cowards.
I actually ended up giving it away.
There's no legal issues stopping them from using them. They just don't want to.
Like, I remember I ended up giving my game cartridge to one of my coworkers. I ended up buying him a DS also, with a few games and one of the Pokemon games, because he was in the hospital going through chemotherapy. And I know he was bored out of his mind, so I ended up buying him that. The first game I ever bought with my own money was Pokemon Snap.
I can't remember what the first game I ever bought with my own money was. Because I've, like, repressed a lot of my childhood due to some, a lot of it being pretty traumatic.
No problem, dude.
So I have, like, scattered memories of events from that time. Like, I remember the first time I went to an EB Games before GameStop bought them out. And I remember the first games I bought there were my first Mega Man games, which were Mega Man Legends and Mega Man 8.
I actually been to EB Games also before with the GameStop. I just don't remember which one it was. It was really roomy though.
Yeah, back when EB Games and GameStop used to actually have games as their primary focus instead of just general pop culture merch.
Another thing too, I've been in KB Toys before also.
I've never been to a KB Toys.
They actually had some pretty decent stuff. Like something I can't find anywhere. Well, I haven't looked that hard. But
like, to my understanding, KB Toys were only like inside of malls. And I just never went to the mall that much when I was younger.
The one I went to was not in the mall. It was actually right next to Toys R Us. It's hilarious. It lasted quite a while, too. It was really good direct competition. That's where I got a lot of my Pokemon toys from.
Alright, here's time for me to break out the horny sound effects, because here's Nevin.
Is this your
ma'am! You need a cert.
You'll be nice to me, won't you?
Of course I will.
Let's see.
I'll treat you so nicely.
First of all,
You'll never want to leave.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Come on, sugar.
yeah, that's about all the horny sound effects I have. I need to get more. Oh wait, yeah, I do have one more. Hold on, where is it? I need to name these files better. There we go.
And honey!
There we go. This is why I made sure to equip Cerberus for this level, because Something that most players, casual players of Devil May Cry 3 don't know is that the bosses actually have elemental weaknesses.
Oh.
And Nevin is weak to Cerberus because she's weak to ice. Like, you can beat them with pretty much any weapon if you want, but there's certain weapons that deal additional damage to them. Nevin is generally considered one of the hardest bosses in the game because she can really dish out tons of damage to you super quick.
Oh, you know what she reminds me of?
What?
The boss from Symphony of the Night, the
succubus?
Yes.
Fun fact, the succubus in Symphony of the Night is supposed to be completely topless.
Oh.
As shown by Ayami Kojima's art, concept art for the succubus.
Interesting.
So, basically what I'm saying is Symphony of the Night got away with pixelated titty in a teen-rated game.
With a few monsters, actually. The one with the chick's tail, I think,
Oh, yeah, that thing, yeah.
I know
but,
it has
like, it's even to the point where if you look very closely at, the succubus's sprite, you can see it has nipples.
I think even the Alaurne?
The Alwaroon.
Yeah,
I have trouble pronouncing that name because it's like a very odd syllable combination that you don't hear very often.
I think that one has it. The Wraiths, the Ice Wraiths.
Yep, I fell for that. Hey Cal, glad you could show up.
Silica. The ice, the ice, the water area where you see the...
Oh, Scylla.
Thank you, Scylla. Here we go.
By the way, Cal, guess what?
How's this?
Fuck me yourself, you coward.
I'm sorry, I told him that.
Yeah, you can thank Kier here for teaching me that. Don't search up Japanese succubus Symphony of the Night, first mistake of my life.
I'll do it right now. Don't say what to do. I do what I want. I do what I want. I don't see anything bad.
I think that was just a meme because there's a meme where it's like, don't do insert thing here, worst mistake of my life, and it's accompanied by a picture of Peter Griffin running away.
Oh.
Alright.
He shot the baby!
No, that's DMC Devil May Cry.
Devil. But you're no slouch yourself.
Shot her in the uterus. This is the electric guitar weapon I was telling you about. It's literally an electric guitar.
So he's wailing on her
corpse. Are made of lightning.
Dude, he's wailing on her corpse.
Yes. And it turns into a scythe for extra measure, because, like, any weapons that turn to scythes are just badass.
Dude, that's how I want to go out. I want to turn to a giant guitar with electric strings. But instead of being a scythe, I want to double as a flamethrower.
Funnily enough, even though the Nevin guitar is my favorite aesthetically my favorite weapon in Devil May Cry 3, it's my least favorite weapon to actually use. Because it's so slow. There's no real, like, it's a weapon that pretty much requires you to stand still to use it.
Oh, okay.
And to get any of the good moves, you have to do a lot of grinding. By the way, I know I haven't really been showing off the style mechanic, the combat style mechanic very well in this game, but that's because with Devil May Cry 3, I really only stick to one or two styles the whole game.
Welcome back.
Because of how I tend to play Devil May Cry games. I tend to not use the guns very much, so there's no real point in me using the gunslinger style. And I'm not a very defensive player, so there's no point in me using the Royal Guard. So I just stick with Swordmaster and Trickster.
The sack cock.
Alright. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours. I think that's more than enough for one night. It's like almost 2 in the morning here.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining me tonight, Kier. Thank you for joining me tonight, everybody who tuned in. Let me bring up my raid queue to see who's online right now.
Proto Rage is on right now.
Yeah, Proto Rage is online. Playing Rise of the Tomb Raider. Cirrus is online too. Let's see what Cirrus is doing. Oh, Cirrus is commentating over a Tucker Carlson interview to explain why Tucker Carlson is a terrible person. Like he is wont to do. Let's raid Proto Rage. He could use it more.
Yeah.
Alright, with that, I will see you tomorrow night for either Sonic Adventure or Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes, depending on what I'm feeling up to. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. I'll see you next time. As always, on Pleasant Dreams.
Good night.